Yes, sir. We live.
Shabbat Shalom.
Shabbat Shalom.
Shabbat Shalom to the worldwide family. Peaceful Sabbath as we get about our Abba's business today. Y'all, we ain't going to belabor the time. We're going to get post-haste right into it. So y'all know how we do. We turn toward holy Jerusalem, from whence our help cometh from.
Yes, sir. All right, family, we're going to get this opening prayer, and it's with the Most High's permission, and it's in the name of His only begotten Son, our Lord and Savior and our Redeemer.
Yes, sir.
Yahushua HaMashiach.
Yes.
But we know Him as Jesus the Christ.
Yes,
family.
sir.
Long live the King.
Long live the King.
Reading in the book of Psalms, in the 7th chapter, it reads, Yahweh, my Elohim, in thee do I put my trust.
Yes.
Save me from all them that persecute me, and deliver me, lest he tear my soul like a lion, rending it in pieces, while there is none to deliver. O Yahweh, my power, if I have done this, if there be iniquity in my hand,
Yes, sir.
if I have rewarded evil unto him that was at peace with me, yea, I have delivered him that without cause is my enemy. Let the enemy persecute my soul and take it, yea, let him tread down my life upon the earth and lay mine honor in the dust. Selah.
Selah.
Arise, O Master, in thine anger. Lift up thyself because of the rage of mine enemies, and awake for me to the judgment that thou hast commanded. So shall the congregation of the people compass thee about. For their sakes, therefore, return thou on high. The Most High shall judge the people. Judge me, O Yahweh, according to my righteousness,
Yes, sir.
and according to mine integrity that is in me. Oh, let the wickedness of the wicked come to an end,
Yes, sir.
but establish the just.
Yes.
For the righteous Elohim trieth the hearts and reins. My defense is of Yahweh,
Yes, sir.
which saveth the upright in heart. Yah judgeth the righteous, and Yahweh is angry with the wicked every day.
Yes, sir.
If he turn not, he will whet his sword. He hath bent his bow and made it ready. He hath also prepared for him the instruments of death.
Yes, sir.
He ordaineth his arrows against the persecuted.
Yes.
Behold, he travaileth with iniquity, and hath conceived mischief, and brought forth falsehood. He made a pit, and digged it, and is fallen into the ditch which he made. His mischief shall return upon his own head.
Yes, sir.
And his violent dealing shall come down upon his own pate. I will praise the Most High
Yes.
according to his righteousness.
That's right.
And will sing praise to the name of the Lord Most High.
Yes.
Hallelujah! Selah!
Yes, sir. Outstanding.
Hallelujah.
Yes, sir. He's back.
That voice was missed.
I'm sweating up.
Yes, sir. Once again, y'all, Shabbat Shalom to the worldwide family as we get about our Abba's lesson today. But first, y'all know how I go. We want to send out continued prayers and condolences for our sick and shut in, the house of Roddy Rod and Sister Myra. She lost her aunt, so, you know, prayers going up for them. As well as y'all, thank y'all for the sincere prayers and to the Most High that our brother was delivered back to us whole and singing that message, you know, that song, because that was a song of joy to let us know what our adversaries have come. So y'all see bro's back in his form. His face is shining like a youngin'. Yes, sir. And continue prayers for the house of Uriah, Hananiah, for Agda, Sister Yisraela, and Ema, Naomi. Y'all sending prayers to y'all over there in the Holy Land, as well as all Hebrews over there. We pray that the Most High continue to bless y'all and cover y'all from the war that's taking place over there that was prophesied. Y'all, any more shout outs I need to do?
Sister Weezy. Sister Weezy texted us this morning and said the family to lift up prayers for her. You know, she was having thoughts of her sister and her son this morning. And, you know, any of us that have lost loved ones sometimes have them thoughts come to the forefront. You just have bad days and good
bad days and good days, you know, and that's going to be that way till you know, those days kind of turn into memories, good memories, and the crying soon will turn to laughter, because you'll be just saying, you remember when you remember when he used it and everybody laughed. It's going to get to that point, y'all. Joy cometh in the morning.
That's right.
Go ahead, what you got back there, LC?
So them people in the land, if there's one, they tell me they gotta leave.
Well, no, they're trying to get everybody out of those Palestinians out of the Gaza Strip, because they finna go in with the tanks. They're going house to house now. The problem is they got hostages in there, and they got so many Americans. And look, Joe Biden tried to make a deal with Egypt and say, can you just let the Americans working over there in Egypt? They thought about it, but they said, no, because if we do, we at least got to send them humanitarian aid, food and water. Y'all got them basically.
They cut them off.
Y'all done cut them off completely. What are y'all doing? You know, so they said, no, we don't want to deal at all if we can't look at this from a human perspective. I know it's trouble over there, but it's that second Ezra Jake was reading the other day. These things are coming on them for what they did to us. That's Psalm 83. So you have to understand this is prophecy being fulfilled. We just got to watch our timeline in the prophecy, because we see it happening before our eyes. You know, and you got these groups out here that people dibbling and dabbling in other people's books, and they've been called to explain these prophecies, and they can't, because their book don't deal with prophecy. This the only one deal with prophecy. It's the only one on earth, so you'll try to sneak back in it to prove something. You can't ride the fence. You're going to get a gap between your leg, men, when you ride the fence. That's quit riding the fence. Either you cold or hot. You can't be lukewarm. Quit fence ride.
Walking like John Wayne.
Walking like John Wayne.
Bow-legged in one
Boy, look here. Bow-legged, boy.
Falsetto start.
Yes, sir. Shalom, Imam. So, y'all, what we want to get on today is holy laws, statutes, and judgment, because we have to do this, because people are trying to run the letter of the law on people. You know, and just saying, well, it says thou shalt not kill, and that means that cannot happen under no circumstance. And if it does, what kind of God allows this? Well, I don't know what God you talking about. I don't know what kind of parents you used to having. But when you set rules, if the rules get broke, what do you do about it? Ain't there something called punishment?
Yes, sir.
For rule breaking, what else you do? If this land punish you for the very same thing, and you obey what they saying, you don't get to opt out and play games online. When they tell you, we're going to punish you for breaking this law, they punish you. Peek in your book and see if you can stop them. But let's just hit a little bit at Isaiah 41:21 real quick, and then we're going to move on, because this is what our God said. We have to defend his word. He don't need no help, but as a disciple, we defend what we believe, because we believe in 100%. There's no tampering. The minute you start talking about it and dipping back into it, tomorrow you can straighten it out. How you going to straighten out what you call in counterfeit?
You tampered with.
You tampered with.
That's it.
Before I get started, man, first I want to give thanks to the family for all your prayers.
Yes, sir.
Y'all know me, I'm the weeping prophet, they call me. I'm choked up.
Yes, sir.
I can't help it.
You say don't start? Go ahead, bro.
All the family who sent me a text 3 and 4 a day
Yeah.
from my Hebrew family.
Yes, sir.
I just give all praise, honor, and glory to the Most High, Yahweh, for y'all.
Yeah.
Because prayer does work.
Yes, sir.
You know, I was in a tricky situation, and I'm still not all the way out of there, but, you know, with the will of the Most High, I'm here today.
That's right.
But, you know, even my mister came by, broke me down like a shotgun.
Yeah, yeah.
And my beautiful wife
Yeah.
taking care of me.
That's
You
right.
know, sometimes she act like she don't like me.
Yeah.
I know when it comes down to it, she don't know what to do without me.
Yeah. Crunch time.
Neither do
Yeah.
I know what to do without her.
Absolutely, brother.
I just gotta acknowledge my family.
Yeah.
You know, and you all are my family, my worldwide family. People hitting me up from out of different states, and I just want to say thank you, guys.
Yes, sir. All praise the Lord. Thank you for continuing in the fight, bro.
Yes, sir.
Y'all, cause it's till the casket drops.
And that's where it really starts.
But if you
That's
will,
where I start.
huh?
That wasn't bad.
No, it wasn't as bad, bro. The spirit on you.
All right, now you
Yes,
want to
sir.
go to
Just
Isaiah.
real quick, so we understand our God and His power, and His words of righteousness. If He put down punishment, and see, this is the most dangerous part about somebody saying what kind of God killed. What you're technically saying, you better watch your mouth. If you put innocent on Him, put anybody down, you're calling our Father a murderer. Satan is the murderer. That's your dad. It ain't ours.
Right.
Yeah.
That's your daddy that does that. It ain't ours, because we gonna go right here and show you laws, statutes, and judgment. The law, thou shalt not kill. And then we're gonna run the statute. If a man does this, there's 10 million ways somebody or someone can get killed. Kill is going to happen. The minute they ate from that tree, death was on the table. What are you talking about? In the beginning. Death was already on the table. And if He says don't do this and you keep doing it, and He give you multiple times, He has to put you down.
Right.
What are you talking about? But see, these individuals that's used to trying to run the household of their parents, they talk to their parents like that. You can't tell me what to do. And then you find yourself on a bus stop with a plastic bag. You play with your parents like that. And whatever gods you got that allow you to set your own whooping. No, these laws, statutes, judgments tell you what the law gonna be, and then we're gonna get a judgment with multiple occasions of the word kill, because there's multiple ways that someone get killed. Vehicular homicide, a dog get out, your dog get out and kill somebody, you kill a man, it's self-defense, things happen. And then there'll be the first one at a funeral read Ecclesiastes 3:8, there's a time to kill. You better be able to name it. Don't play no games with y'all been trying to put out down saying his ways are unequal. No, your ways are unequal.
You want that there?
We're going to get some understanding. What you saying, too, bad?
I was asking, did you want that?
Yeah, I want that Isaiah 41, and we're going to start at 21.
All right, family. We're going to be reading in the book of Isaiah, chapter 41. Start the reading in verse 21.
Yes, sir.
Produce your cause.
Do what?
Produce your cause, saith the Most High. Bring forth your strong reason.
Strong reasoning. We don't want to say it could be or it may be or think on this. Strong reasoning, meaning you got facts to back up what you're talking about. Go ahead.
Saith the King of Jacob.
Say who?
The King of Jacob.
Uh-huh.
Let them bring them forth and show us what shall happen.
What shall do what?
What shall happen.
So that means, can your God tell us what's going to go down in the future?
Right.
If them comic books you got can't tell you what this war is about, that's your problem.
That's it.
Go ahead.
Let them show the former things.
Let's go back into the past and take a back there. We can go back that far.
Right.
Go ahead.
what they be, that we may consider them, and know the latter end of them,
Right.
or declare us things for to come. Show the things that are to come hereafter,
Right.
that we may know that ye are
That
God.
ye are gods. Whoever you talk about must be able to fulfill this test. Go ahead.
Yeah, do good,
Do what?
do good,
Uh-huh.
or do evil, that we may be dismayed and behold it together. Behold, ye are of nothing.
Nothing. It don't mean nothing to us when you go in this book and try to deceive and say there's something wrong with it. No, it ain't the book. Go ahead.
And your work of naught.
A work of what?
Naught. An abomination is he that chooseth you.
So when you go chasing this rogue doctrine, you better be careful because you're going to become the abomination.
Yeah.
So y'all, we wanted to get that out there to get this lesson started. Holy laws, statutes, and judgment. Y'all know how we get down our one and only high priest, Yahushua HaMashiach, locally known as Jesus the Christ. He's our one and only high priest after the order of Melchizedek.
Yes, sir.
He brings forth the law to every male, female, rich, poor, free bond, Jew, or Gentile. So let's just get rolling right at it. So first, just give me a definition of law. And then I need a definition of statutes, and then judgment. And then we're going to get right to the matter at heart, because a lot of people out here playing games about who would kill. If you understood what the Most High said and what he meant by killing, because he give you ultimate time to turn around and get your mind right so he don't have to put it on. Gave 120 years before the flood. Now you talking about being patient.
Holy law, statutes.
Psalm 80, the Psalm we read, the 83rd Psalm, tell you, I put my storms on them that they may repent. I'm still going to give you time to say I'm sorry.
Yes, sir.
But when you don't, and you do and return to the dog returning to his vomit. So you're returning back to before you ever found this truth out. You're back in that vomit. And if any of y'all ever seen a dog do that, you know what that's like.
Yeah.
Feed a whole bowl of Alpo, throw it up, and then gobble it back up again.
I'm not going to be home.
This is absolute truth. 100% truth. If it wasn't, you would leave it alone. But you like riding on that fence. You better watch that gap. You're standing back to somebody. You'll get misunderstood.
Any scripture?
Go ahead.
Scripture.
No, we finna get the definition of law.
Definition of law.
Yeah.
The system of rules which a particular county or community recognizes as regulating the actions of its members and which it may enforce by the imposition of penalties.
See, so that's law. If you don't have law, you can't have correction. Romans 4:15, where there's no law, there's no sin. Sin and law go together because it corrects sin. Y'all understand what I'm saying?
Yes, sir.
So we understand law. So this rises to the Most High. Biblical law is God's commandments, right and wrong. And it tells you what will happen if you break one of his laws. Go ahead, what statute say?
Statutes is a written law passed by a legislative body, a rule of an organization or institution. The appointment will be subject to the statutes of the university.
Go ahead, what else say?
In biblical use,
yeah, that's what I'm looking
a
for.
law or decree made by a sovereign or by Yahweh.
Yes, sir.
Set in stone.
Set in stone, give me judgment. But y'all, we're going to get some good understanding, so we're going to break this down for you today. So when you hear this tomfoolery, you won't be scratching your head and wondering if our power is a baby killer. That's basically what they're saying, shedding innocent blood. Anybody that was put down in the Bible, they committed sin. Worthy of death, whatever that sin was. Look, anybody show you, look right here, they killed all these people, ask them, what did they do?
Right.
Because God don't move in that direction.
That's right.
Don't put nobody down for no reason. Go ahead, he ain't got time for that foolishness, go ahead.
Ain't that a hypocrite they try to act like the Most High doing all this killing, much killing they doing.
Yeah, I mean, it's tomfoolery because your books won't explain this war that's going on. Yo, we thick into Matthew 24.
Yes, sir.
Yo, this war will take place. They move in there and start killing, man. The dragons of Arabia mount up together. That's what they fearing right now. And you playing around talking about what happens if he do this, what God. What are you talking about?
You know, before they had the books in the 70 AD, they still didn't understand all this was coming to pass. It's in the script.
Look, it's in the script, bro. He says, show me, can you tell the future? Right. And see, well, what God will allow, if he can see it already, why won't he stop it? You see what your children do already in the future. See, this is the tomfoolery. He know us. He know who keeps his commandments. He know what Abraham going. Abraham wouldn't do that. Satan, I don't care what you saying. Job wouldn't do that. My servant, they wouldn't do that. Just like you know which one of your children gonna go left field. What? Who did what? Throw the rock. No, that wasn't Charles. That was probably Billy Jr. do that. He's known for throwing rock. I whooped his ass yesterday about that. It's him. See, because you can look down the line because you know how they break your commandments or keep your commandments.
Exactly.
So you know exactly what it's going to be. Now, he let us as mere mortals peep into the future through a dream. You don't think he can see farther than he allowed you to look up front?
Right.
Your dream come to pass weeks or years later, and you think the all-powerful can't look farther than you can. Right. Boy, ain't that ridiculous, y'all?
You can't see.
Give me judgment, bro.
Judgment. The ability to make considered decisions or come to a sensible conclusion. Discernment, punishment, retribution, penalty, just desert.
Just deserves what you deserve for what you done did.
Right.
And you think it's possible for you to judge yourself. Then you're saying the Most High's ways are unequal. If it was that easy to get off, I mean, but you wouldn't even have to worry about it if you can do it. You just say, I'm not going to pay attention to it. Right. I can decide where I go anyway.
David judged himself.
Well, sensible decision. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. A perfect example, Elijah. So let's get right at it, y'all. We ain't going to belabor the fact. We're going to the 6th commandment. Keep. Let's get some Exodus 20:13. And we're just going to give the law Deuteronomy 5:17. And y'all, we're going to get some understanding to do it is the difference in...
What was Exodus what?
13.
Exodus 20:13. So, man, I pulled them extra eyes out too because I put a good part in the both of them.
Yeah, I had mine.
I got 2 birds.
I must have took them off my head and set them back down.
So y'all, we want to get a clear understanding so you thoroughly understand and able to defend yourself with this word. You have to. How you gonna have a sword on you and don't know how to use it?
Right.
That means you gonna cut. Look, this law say if you got a CCW, if you shoot somebody past 20 feet, you got some problems. You shoot somebody in the back, you got some problems.
Yes, sir.
That means you don't know about the weapon you carry.
Right. And you scared of them, you shoot.
And then you call yourself sneaking back in here trying to prove something.
All right, family, we're going to be reading in the book of Exodus, chapter 20 and verse 13. Everybody there? Well, this won't take long anyway.
Yeah.
Thou shalt not kill.
Now, give me that Deuteronomy 5:17 because we have to have 2 witnesses. So now what Paul was talking about is he was saying y'all trying to do this. He said I'm not talking about the letter of the law. If we just stop right there and say thou shalt not kill, everybody get to make their own opinion. That means no way, shape, or form, whatever happens is going to happen. You ain't never supposed to kill no matter what. We ask you, if 2 people are at your door, pounding on your door and say, let us in there to rape your wife and your children, or we're going to kill you, and they kick the door in and you got a gun and you say, well, I ain't supposed to kill, so y'all go ahead and do what business y'all gonna do. And you think our God approve of that?
No, sir.
See, that's the tomfoolery in that
I
life.
pray
You know what
you
I'm
forgive
saying?
me for shooting.
Boy, look here.
I tell you what,
Boy, look here.
if they kick that door, let them come in, because you can't
Can't
shoot them on the porch. They gotta be in the house.
Right.
Let them come on in and light their ass up.
See, those are statutes. Y'all understand? He just
Come on now.
gave you a statute
Yes,
on
sir.
that.
Yes.
They have to be a threat
Right,
Right.
I fear for my life.
in your space.
right.
And then the judgment came.
And then the judgment
Yes,
comes.
sir. Swift judgment.
Swift judgment. Go ahead, give me that second witness. Deuteronomy
Second witness.
5:17.
The book of Deuteronomy, chapter 5 and verse 17. Thou shalt not kill.
What shalt thou not do?
You shalt not kill.
Now we're going to go to the Messiah speaking on killing, because we got to see what the high priest is saying now. We gave you Aaron and Moses. Now we're going to give you the high priest that they passed the torch to explain. So we're going to go to Matthew 5:17 through 22, and then Matthew 22, and then we're going to give you the statutes for killing. Go
What
ahead.
about what Solomon said in Ecclesiastes?
That's what we're talking about. We're going to get on to that.
Okay.
That's in the statute. But we want to run the laws first,
Okay.
so you understand that we don't chase the letter of the law. No, see, thou should not kill. That's what it means. That's what it say. Okay, so what are we going to do about all these dead people that Austin Lane keep getting every week?
So that's okay if somebody breaks in your house, if you have a gun to shoot to defend yourself?
Yeah.
Well, there's statutes. We're going to go over them so you understand it perfectly from biblical perspective. So this is what we're talking about. Every time you see that, the Most High explains itself. He don't need us. He tell you, I'm telling you, if this happens this way, y'all, you can't look. If you walk in and a manhole cover flip up and you fall down there and you get killed and drowned in that, you're dead, right? Something killed you, that a life is taken away, but they don't look at it from that perspective. They're not at us personally. They hate our God now.
That's right.
So they're trying to make him at fault and say his rules and regulations are not. That's your thought. His ways are higher than your ways.
That's
Right.
right.
And the law of this land, who copies the Bible, will show you his laws are higher and his ways are higher than yours, because they'll put some heat on you and tell you these are the statutes of what you just did. 2 years in the penitentiary and papers after that. And you want to see what else we got? And then restitution. We're going to do to you what the Bible say do to you. And what you're going to do, fight against that. See what that happen with that. You can't fight on that level. How your arms, you think your arms ain't got long enough to box with the Most High? You can tell him where I decide to go after this life is over. Have y'all ever heard any madness like that in your life? Well, we're going to get it clear today, y'all, Most High willing. Where we at? Matthew 5:17 through 22.
Matthew chapter 5, verse 17.
Yes, sir. Oh, everything. Y'all, we're going to get some understanding, y'all, on statutes and judgment. What we're doing is running law. Then the next scriptures we're going to give you going to be called statutes and judgment. It's going, every law has a minimum of 4 sides to the 10 commandments. A minimum of 4 ways you have to look at every one. Thou shalt not kill, thou shalt not commit adultery, thou shalt not bear false witness. All that, there's 4 sides of law to it.
Yes, sir.
So there's a minimum of 4 ways he's speaking on this law. But the statutes and judgments going to explain it so you don't have to say, well, bro, how should I look at this? Let's go to the statutes in the Bible.
Right.
Like in this land, there's no statute of limitations for what?
Murder.
For murder. If you hide, lay in wait, and kill somebody, laying in wait on them, there's no statute of limitations. They don't care how long you be on the run for 200 years. They're gonna say, remember that case back in 1967? You got to pay for that. There's no statute of limitations for that part of that crime. But vehicular homicide, you may get 2 years paper and a little drivetrain. You know what I'm saying? And then maybe you have to pay restitution to the family. Like, look, OJ was found not guilty of murder. But what was he charged with for them killing? Civil lawsuits. He had to pay restitution to that family because we're saying that you may have not did it, but you had a hand in it, so you got to pay the family for what that those two individuals, money they possibly could have gained and wealth they could have gave to their family. You're accountable for that. At least that. You got away with that. And we can't charge you again because it's called double jeopardy. But you're going to pay some restitution. You try to go get a new car, that lien going to be there. You owe for them white folks killing. You go try to buy a house, no. You try to rent some skates at Skate Kingdom, like, no. You got a lien on you.
You better have cash.
Boy. Go ahead, bro. No, bro, nothing.
Matthew chapter 5, verse 17.
Yeah.
Think not that I am come to destroy the law
Uh-huh.
or the prophets.
Uh-huh.
I am not come to destroy, but to fulfill.
See, so when you hear people that chop this in half, he fulfilled the law. What about the prophets? He said, and the prophets, didn't he?
Yes, sir.
So Isaiah 66, Isaiah 65, Isaiah 14, Jeremiah 14,
Never
that's
God.
prophet. That must be fulfilled.
Yes, sir.
Come on.
You can't have him get rid of that and then still say prophecy exists. It don't work that way. The law and the prophets. I did not come to destroy it. Let's get it straight what the Messiah is saying. If you hear some mealy-mouthed Negro saying the opposite of this, that he needs to destroy his laws, because I don't like the way he judging me.
Oh, yeah.
Let's get some more.
For verily I say unto you,
Uh-huh.
till heaven and earth pass,
Till what?
heaven and earth pass,
Uh-huh.
one jot or one tittle shall in no wise pass from the law, till all be fulfilled.
He said till heaven and earth pass, the law is good. So whoever telling you don't believe in the law or don't trust the law, he said it's good till heaven and earth pass. Heaven and earth pass yet, y'all?
No.
Let's read some more what it says there.
Verse 19.
Yeah.
Whosoever therefore shall break one of these least commandments,
Uh-huh.
and shall teach men so,
And shall do what?
teach men so,
Uh-huh.
he shall be called the least in the kingdom of heaven.
Uh-huh.
But whosoever shall do and teach them, the same shall be called great in the kingdom of heaven.
So we see here, if you teach anybody don't believe the law of God or change, why would God do that? And they start questioning you on God's law to satisfy their greedy belly, it's going to be a problem, y'all. And he say they can't get in the kingdom. When they say they should be the last one to get in the kingdom, y'all know that don't mean, okay, 999, 1,000, okay, and you the last one, boy, it's good you was the last one because you almost did. No, it means he ain't getting in.
Right.
It's like somebody tell you, man, Lil Willie say, he want to come, man, Lil Willie be the last one to come to my party.
Right.
Do that mean he gonna be the last one come through the door? That means he ain't never coming to the door of my party.
Furniture gonna be moved.
Right.
This what this means. Now what else to say about where this learning come from? See, it comes from individuals teaching the lies. Go ahead, what it say there?
Verse 20.
Yeah.
For I say unto you, that except your righteousness shall exceed the righteousness of the scribes and Pharisees, ye shall in no case enter into the kingdom of heaven.
So there's a group out there called scribes and Pharisees. They're called Herodians, and they're called hirelings. What they are individuals that question the way God puts down his judgment, so they get into what's called commandments of men. And then they sit in Moses and Aaron's seat. I want y'all to understand this clearly. Moses and Aaron never told them to do what they're saying. It ain't even in there. That's why the Most High say they sit in their seat. They just sitting in there, but they occupying different words. They try to claim it's coming from the law, but when you ask them to prove it, they try to jumble it up or trick you up with the law. Moses and Aaron never did that. They laid it to you straight and to the point. This is what God say, and this is what he say he gonna do if you don't do it. They do something totally different. Like accusing the Messiah, these same Pharisees and Sadducees, they walk around today, they broaden their phylacteries.
But you see what it say right there.
Look
Yeah.
at me.
It say, ye shall in no case enter into the kingdom of heaven. Ain't no way around it.
Ain't no way around it. You can't pick up another book and say,
No.
I can get into the kingdom if
Right.
I believe it from this perspective.
No
He said
exception.
in no case,
Right.
if you teach a man to break God's law, You have to teach men God's law so that you hide a multitude of sin from them.
That's right.
And the minute you tell them to stop, you have to stop at that point because you just told them to stop. Now you hide a multitude of sin. So if you was doing it, both y'all stopped. Now we got a multitude of sin being hid.
Right.
And you save both sides of the fence. But if you start telling people, oh man, don't believe that, man, what kind of God to do that? When you play on somebody like that, you're in the line of being called a murderer.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
We're going to get to some clear understanding that we don't keep on playing around with this, with everything that's going on out here. And people doubting God's word. And it's the only book of truth on this planet. If it was not, you would stay out of it.
That's right.
How you keep sneaking back into this? And Herodians were Israelites that are hooked up with the government.
Yeah.
They like the Jesse Jacksons,
Yeah,
the Al
politicians.
Sharptons, and politicians. Those were Herodians, Israelites that was hooked up with the government.
Okay.
Pharisees and Sadducees are men that act like they high priests, name themselves chiefs and high priests, and know we got one high priest. Those are Pharisees that say they dress up, they have armbands on, headbands, fringes long as jump ropes, and they giving out commandments of men.
Yes,
Right. And these were like what you see the so-called elitists or the boule of black communities today, like the Hellenized brothers, Omega Psi and all that, who say they make up, or the 5%ers and people of that nature who say they are the only ones who holds the key to the success of black folk.
traitors.
They opportunists.
Yeah, opportunists, y'all, heady and high minded.
So these are the ones that supposed to be professors of law,
yeah,
who go to the universities for law, or to be established in government offices and things of that nature. So they profess themselves to have all this knowledge of law and the establishment of wealth of Israel and everything. But they'll sell out, they're like liberals, they'll sell out to the enemy
sure
for
will.
opportunity.
Traitors.
And don't let them get in trouble. They'll be selling out faster than free chicken.
So these are the preachers of the day. These are the pastors of the day.
Yeah.
A lot of them are Masons and belong to fraternities, and sororities and things of this nature. And they liberals and all that.
Yeah. Pharisees. Go ahead, Emo.
So, this week I spoke with a young lady about her dietary laws around down the line. And she was telling me that Jesus did away with those.
Right.
And so you just explained to me who was actually teaching her.
Yeah.
That's what
A Pharisee.
Right.
Yes.
And no matter what I did in the scriptures and explaining to her that the Yeshua, who she called Jesus, came to fulfill the law, and even in Matthew 5, right down the line. And the more she said, no, I can still eat whatever I want, but yet.
See, and that's one of the least. See,
Commandments.
dietary law is one of the least commandments.
Thank you.
These are the most. That's one of the most least and simplistic laws.
Yeah.
That you can. I mean, dietary. You have so much other things that you can consume. You know, that's alternative to all the stuff that we've been told we can consume.
Right.
But when a man questions your diet, your intake, and everything, and have you questioning your intake of food, he telling you you can't eat this, you're not supposed to eat certain things that the Most High has set aside for you to eat.
Yeah.
But you need to depend on this type of diet, or whatever. Just like in the scripture, it talks about those who are weak in the faith.
Yeah.
There we go.
Trust in those in fruits and berries, and
Right.
not to say it's no good,
Not to say that.
but the Most High has created a diet for you to consume.
A well-balanced.
A
diet.
well-balanced diet. So if someone's telling you to do away with half of the diet that Christ has created for you, for your well-balanced diet,
Yeah.
then you're not well-balanced.
Yeah. Right, because if you get rid of the law and say he done away with it, how do you then regulate sin?
Right.
And if you're the one saying I need to go to church for what? Ain't no law.
Right.
Why? If there's no law, there's no sin.
Right.
So, and then they start making up law on their own, which is commandment of sin. Well, see, you ain't supposed, commandments of men. So you ain't supposed to be drinking. Says who? Where did you read that in the law of the Bible? Who says that, God or man?
Right.
Well, in the Bible, it's going to lead to drunkenness. So which is the sin, drinking or drunken?
That's drunk.
Both of them. No, you're sitting in Moses' seat, but you're dictating commandments of me. The Bible says, be ye sober, minded, and everything else, even in the body, because they tell you once you get past 0.8 or whatever, you're out of control of your faculties at that point. You can't walk, you can't think about, and then you can get drunken with power.
Right. Yep.
Yes, sir.
It ain't just on liquor, it's drunk with reprobate mental capacity.
Right.
You're overloaded with tomfoolery.
Yes.
And you don't care, and then you're in a hireling status. I wouldn't care what happened to y'all. Y'all need to study and the devil wouldn't get you. That's the mindset. What you got? Shalom, man. Shalom,
So
sister.
here's a question. So
You get over here now if you want some of this. Go ahead.
And
Go ahead.
her pastor was that, why would you want to, the scripture says, if you're given to blood, you should put a knife into your throat. And I told her, I said, so why would you want to eat a vacuum cleaner when the Creator gave us over 400 different types of varieties of food for you to choose from? You just don't do just those are other things, but it's the same as fulfilling the law.
Well, see, Iman, the main thing is, once you start going on with them like that, they don't understand what you're saying regardless. What you have to just get down to the point. Are you telling me God says it's okay to do the very thing he said not to do because Christ died to allow you to worship the devil? And if they say, no, you can't worship the devil, why? It ain't no law that say I can't. You just said ain't no law. He nailed the law to the Christ. So the devil's on my table. Now come on in here. I got some sage for you and a tarot card right here in your faces. And then just start slapping tarot cards down. They'll run out of there. See, they dictate what they want to decide what is the law of God. See, but they don't want to obey because the main reason they're not taught the statutes and the judgments. They're only taught the letter of the law. You understand what I'm saying? So they only read partial of it. He nailed the law to the cross. What about the prophets? If you just answer that, what about the prophets?
He's gonna nail you to the fire.
Yeah, well, look here. So they can't answer that. So before you kind of give them all that meat, you have to keep them right there to make them understand what they're saying to you. Because what you're technically saying is that you're trying to get me to go to church based off of what? If I don't go, how am I going to be punished with no law? You just said that. Why are you trying to get me to go to church? Get out of here, the football game's on. You wasting my time. Y'all understand what I'm saying? So let's just get right back at it. Go finish that up, Jim, in verse 21.
Verse 21.
Yes, sir.
Ye have heard that it was said by them of old time, thou shalt not kill.
That's what we just read. You heard about that. Go ahead.
And whosoever shall kill shall be in danger of the judgment. But I say unto you, that whosoever is angry with his brother without a cause.
Without a what?
Without a cause. Shall be in danger of the judgment. And whosoever shall say to his brother, Rakah, shall be in danger of the council. But whosoever shall say, thou fool, shall be in danger of hellfire.
So you see how he just shifted. He said, you just heard it with thou shalt kill, but I'm gonna run this a different way. If you angry with your brother without a cause, you're gonna kill him, and you're gonna get what's called murder.
That's right.
Because you're mad at him for no reason.
Right.
So why are you attacking this individual for no reason?
Right.
Your brother, exactly. You know what I'm saying? You in danger of hellfire at that point, because one thing gonna lead to the next one. Why you don't like him? I just don't like that nigga.
You can't even come up with a reason.
You can't even come up with a reason without a cause, it says.
Cain and
Just
Abel.
look at him, Cain and Abel, just looking and saying, I just can't stand you. Why? At least David looked at Goliath and said, y'all God ain't nothing. Sitting out here, y'all hiding behind bushes. David said, you gonna let him talk to our God like that? Ain't none of you Israelites gonna stand up? Ain't you supposed to be watching the sheep? You gonna get away from him? He said, oh no, player, I got perfect hatred for this individual. He hate our God. And perfect hatred is not player hate. Perfect hatred is he's defied our God, his laws, his statute, and his judgment. You can have what's called perfect hatred. That's not player hate. Player hating is person. Perfect hatred means I don't like you because you don't like God's correction. That means you're going to be a problem around me if you don't like correction. Ain't that a problem?
That's right.
Because all you're going to do is set me up for failure. And when I'm trying to correct you, how am I going to keep going in this bank with you? I'm going to get legal money out and you keep talking about, I think it may be I think I may get a come up on here when you go up and I just distract them, keep messing up on your withdrawal slip, and that'll give me a chance to see what the manager doing. That's the level of tomfoolery. They want you to believe that these righteous men is teaching, and we righteous calling ourselves chiefs and high priests and different things of these nations, and can't prove no lineage nowhere. But we're going to get to it. Go ahead, Jed, read that last one, 23.
Verse 23. Therefore, if thou bring thy gift to the altar, and there rememberest that thy brother has aught against thee, leave there the gift before the altar, and go thy way. First reconcile to thy brother, and then come and offer thy gift.
Let's get this straight. You ain't gonna bribe God. I never tell that nigga I'm sorry. God, here go some money for the homeless over there. And you can't straighten this out? Right here, you got to straighten that out first, because now you got trouble. If you see this individual and you hate him without a cause, you're going to think of ways to kill him. Just like if we don't get those evil thoughts and vengeance out of our minds, somebody do us wrong, and you keep thinking, I forgive you, but keep on thinking, damn, I hope he step off that high curb and break his ankle. Why are you thinking that? You can already said, I forgive you. Because you in your mind don't feel satisfied with what the Most High says.
Just let me go back on you.
Yes, sir.
You beat and twisted your ankle.
Your ankle.
What you saw?
Hold that, y'all, and let's get some more of the teachings of the Messiah on law after the Melchizedek order. Matthew 22, 37 through 40.
See, that's like some of that wickedness, like that guy who shot that little league football player coach this week. I mean, in front of the children.
In front of the children.
Crazy.
So really ain't gonna get no playing time now.
Boy,
Right.
But he ain't
Right.
got
no daddy no more, but you going to jail.
Yeah.
Man, that's crazy.
Now, whose fault is that?
Yes.
What an example.
Is it the father's fault?
Yes, sir.
Not the father, I'm not talking about the earthly father, or the heavenly father. It ain't his fault.
No.
Because he told you, how you gonna live through your son? This little league.
Right.
Now, hell, if you was ass back on high school team, how you think you gonna live through him? Y'all know what ass back is, though. He's trying to get in the game. Come on, coach, let me in. He's like, get your ass back. That's as far as you go, and now you trying to make yourself a superstar with your son.
Right.
My son ain't gonna ride the bench like I did.
Right.
And that wasn't even the game. They was at practice.
Let's get some more of this,
He ain't
y'all.
good at practice.
Let's get it, y'all.
Yeah,
Let's get to it. What? 37 through 40.
22 or 23?
Matthew 22, 37 through 40. Yeah.
Boy, get your ass back.
But yeah. Starting to ass back, boy. For the Toledo Mud Hens.
37. Matthew 22, verse 37. Yahweh shall say unto him, Thou shalt love the Most High thy Elohim with all thy heart, and with all thy soul, and with all thy mind. This is the first and great commandment.
What is that?
The first and great commandment. And the second is like unto it. Thou shalt love thy neighbor as thyself.
See, now, without giving you statutes of judgment, how would you know what that means or how to do that?
Right.
Love your neighbor as yourself. If you have a criminal mind, you may love him like how thieves do. Ain't no honor among thieves.
None.
So you may love from that perspective. You understand? If you don't know what the statutes and judgments are. See, the first 5 commandments are how you love the Most High. The second 5 are how you love your brethren of the same doctrine. It ain't just cause we kinfolk. You know, a skin folk, we have to be spiritual kinfolk.
That's right.
We have to be on the same accord.
That's it.
If we're not, we can't have it.
That's
You
the
know,
only
because
way.
a little leaven and do what?
Leaven the whole lump.
But that's the only way you're made in his image.
Yeah.
Is by doing his commandments.
Yes, sir.
It's not just by you being a Hebrew Israelite.
Right.
Come on.
It's by, he said, those who do the will of the Father.
That's right.
The same as thy mother and thy brother.
That's right.
So it's only if we're abiding in Christ that we are made in his image.
That's right. Get
Not
Christ
because
on.
you have to put on Christ, the blood of Hamashiach. You can't just be walking because you're an Israelite. That ain't made in his image.
Come on.
Because Israel wasn't even created yet when the covenant was made with Adam or with Abraham.
Oh, with Abraham. Wasn't no
So-
Israelites around.
so
Abraham
just
wasn't no
because you know
Israelite.
you Israel don't mean nothing. Because even the Ishmaelites say we are the seed of Abraham.
That's right. They say it, don't they? They Hebrew Ishmaelites.
Yes, sir.
But
Them
only-
Khazars and Edomites are Hebrew Edomites. But the 12 tribes are the Hebrew Israelites, what the blessing went through.
Right.
They're truly Abraham's offspring, but they have no part in the covenant or the blessing. That's who's fighting over there now for a land that don't belong to neither one of them. It's like Crips and Bloods fighting over Martin Luther King.
Right.
Who Martin Luther King belonged to? The Boulevard.
Nine.
It's St. Louis City.
Government.
See.
And you battling over about this my spot until the law roll up.
There
Right,
you go.
then they run.
Then they run.
With their guns.
With their guns. See, look here, boy, ain't that crazy? This is the same thing that's happening over there now. Both of them fighting for a land that don't belong to neither one of them. So the Most High said in that 2 Ezra 15, I'm going to turn them against each other.
Yeah.
I'm going to let them war, but y'all, we got to keep our eyes on that Obadiah, the 7th verse.
Yes, sir.
Those that were confederate with thee may go against thee. The United Nations is looking at this, they like, y'all doing to them worse than y'all got done in Germany, so y'all say. Y'all at least ate bread in Germany. Y'all had water in Germany in the Holocaust, but you turn off the lights, you turn off the water, and you stop every food truck, and you bomb the hospital. Y'all wouldn't even done that bad in Germany.
Yeah.
But yet you're ready to do this to a people that you pushed them out of where they was, and you took over their land.
Trouble coming.
Trouble is coming.
Yes, it
And you
is.
talking about what God had caused this, evil caused this. Because all those two nations had to do is say, this land belongs to Israel. Let's get around these lands and live around here. How you gonna fight for another man's house? That's like we here at class and there's two people battling y'all and the police pull up, this is my house. He's like, well, who's the owner? It says William Burton here. Not Jimmy Jacobs. The hell y'all trying to get in his house? Y'all name on the mail? But these same individuals, not because y'all liars, will try to take over other people's houses.
While you in jail.
Yes, or out. If you let them, they'll come in your house and try to run things.
We saw. Take it from.
But see, that's what Obadiah is saying, that you should have never entered into his house.
Right.
While he's in captivity,
Yeah.
while he's in jail.
Yeah.
He's serving his time. You shouldn't be messing with his substance. He coming back for his
Yeah.
substance. He gonna get let out of jail. And he coming back home.
But see y'all, this
He
Pharisee
wiped up blood
doctrine.
and swine's blood all over his crib.
Yes, sir.
The father, they're the champion, the father.
And look, your
And run
plans are
around.
key. And I want y'all to understand this, talking about, now look, what's bad, I don't, never women and children, I don't care what race it is.
Right.
Thank you.
But when you start talking about atrocities, y'all forgot about gator bait?
No, no.
Y'all
No,
forgot about
sir.
slaves getting their stomach ripped open and stomped the baby head, and who you fooling?
Right.
Inquisition, all the
Remember
things.
all that.
You talking about picnic hangings and set
Yes,
the
sir.
corpse on fire?
Right. And
Y'all
barbecue
forgot
in
about
the
that? Y'all
body.
talking about these people are barbaric?
Man making purses and wallets out of human skin.
Yes, sir. Nat Turner skin was made out of,
Purses and wallets.
boy, now this people
And then,
got that skin, your uncle's skin in their back pocket as a wallet.
Yeah. And they used his fat as oil in their lamp.
In their lap.
See,
Jeremiah
And they
51.
dissected his brain because they wanted to see what made a nigga think like he did.
Yeah.
wow.
Don't forget.
So y'all, we want to get right back to it. Let's get on to it, y'all, because we got a few scripts we need to go over today. Matthew 22, 37 through 40.
Where I leave off at 38?
Yeah,
I'm at 40.
okay.
On these two commandments hang all the law and the prophets.
And he say, this is what you can hang all the law and the prophets on. If you do this, you don't have to bother about going through the law, but still, there's a learning curve with this. You still have to know how to love your brother. You still know how not to bear false witness against your neighbor. If you don't understand it from the Bible, then you dictated what you think it means. No, he's not your understanding. He's going to give us clear understanding. And when we go through this day, you're going to have clear understanding. And when you hear these hirelings and these doctrines of devils coming at you trying to condemn the Bible, you'll be able to sit back and just look at it, suck your teeth at that foolishness. When you do that, they know he knows something. His line won't go too much longer.
He believes in me.
Boy, go ahead. Where we at?
You want me to read on down?
No, you ain't got to go on down. Let's now get to statutes and judgment for killing. Leviticus 24. We're going to start about verse 16. And we're going to read down to 23. So let's get some understanding on the various ways. It just wasn't one way. People get killed multiple ways. What about you got a cat in your house and they say cats suck baby's breath and kill them? Who at fault for that? The owner for having a cat now? But that's old wives' tale. What happened to cats like the milk that's around their mouth. And they be licking that. But they say that'll kill a baby. There ain't no proof in fact. But I'm just throwing stuff out there like that. You know what I'm saying? Why you gotta have child-proof caps on everything? A child flip up some Drano like it's his bottle? Who responsible for that? Let's get some more, y'all.
Where you start at?
Leviticus 24, about 16.
Leviticus chapter 24, verse 16.
Yes, sir.
And he that blasphemeth the name of the Elohim, he shall surely be put to death.
Yeah.
And all the congregation shall certainly stone him, as well the stranger, as he that is born in the land. When he blasphemeth the name of the Elohim, shall he be put to death.
Better watch your mouth. Go ahead.
And he that killeth any man shall surely be put to death. And he that killeth a beast shall make it good, beast for beast.
See, when you leave out this aspect of it, then you would allow a person, well, I can't kill a man, but I can kill all the animals off a planet Earth. Well, you finna mess up the ecosystem.
Right.
You finna cause problems.
Right.
If you kill all the catfish, ain't nobody gonna be able to eat jack salmon.
Come on.
Right.
It's gonna be a problem. Let's get some more.
And if, verse 19, and if a man causes a blemish in his neighbor, as he hath done, so shall it be done to him.
A blemish, you got to repay that. Go ahead.
Breach for breach.
What?
Breach for breach.
Eye
for eye. Tooth for tooth. As he hath caused a blemish in a man, so shall it be done to him again.
Now, it breaks it down that you just can't go back, somebody knock your front tooth out, you lay and wait behind their door. And then get him to smile, show him a fake check. As soon as he smiles, you knock his teeth out. No, it ain't that. It means you have to recover that lost tooth. How much damage did that lost tooth cause for him? Look, every time he smiles now, it look like his tongue in jail. You have to pay for that when you cause missing teeth. See, it's not just hitting him back. It's going to cost you to repay that. You understand what I'm saying? He go to the dentist, get that place, got to go back and get other things put in place. That's going to cause you to wish you kept your hand in your pocket.
Right.
Go ahead. What else to say?
Verse 21.
Yeah.
And he that killeth the beast, he shall restore it.
What shall he do?
Restore it. And he that killeth a man, he shall be put to death. Ye shall have one manner of law, as well for the stranger, as for one of your own country. For I am the Most High your Elohim. And Moses spake to the children of Israel, that they should bring forth him that had cursed out of the camp, and stone him with stone. And the children of Israel did as the Most High commanded.
So, you only fat mouthing because we can't bring you out and stone you with stones.
Right. Right.
But the Most High got a stone for you
But he
for
got
blaspheming his name.
He got a pocket full of stones.
Yes, sir.
Come on, man. Come on, bro.
They ain't talking about them
Eddie
stones.
Long, ain't about him. Let's get that Numbers 35, y'all, and it's gonna break down the different forms of killing and the statutes of it, so you know the difference from vehicular homicide versus murder versus self-defense. This is where we're gonna go, so you understand what self-defense is. The Bible said, wounding another man to my own hurt. If you're trying to harm me and I wound you, yes, we would hate it had to come to this. It'd been good if we could talk it out. But sometimes you can't talk it out. That's why I say, be at peace with all men, if it be what? Possible. Sometimes it ain't possible.
Right.
Because sometimes people won't act right. And they need that act right.
Act right. Sometimes you got to. Yeah.
Let's get it, y'all. Numbers 35. We're going to go verse 9 through 34. And y'all, this is talking about the avenger. And the Most High said, I'm the avenger. I take care of all that. Y'all don't need to get into this vengeance. Unless you can't help the situation. He understands, but then there's rules for that, so to make sure you don't start figuring out how to kill the whole neighborhood and slide under the radar. No. Let's get it.
Alright, the book of Numbers, chapter 35, verse 9.
Yes, sir.
And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Speak unto the children of Israel, and say unto them, When ye be come over Jordan into the land of Canaan,
Right.
then ye shall appoint you cities to be cities of refuge for you,
Right.
that the slayer may flee thither, which killeth any person at unawares.
See, that the slayer may flee to who killeth any man unaware. Do you understand you probably could do something and don't know? Like if you got a second story with a balcony on it, and you don't put what called a battlement around it, those rails to keep on, somebody just happened to go out there or unfinished product, and you tell them, yeah, go up there and just check out what I'm doing. They actually go out on the roof and slip and fall off. You ain't got no banister up there. And then you find out, man, somebody knock on the door, man, there's somebody on the ground out here fell off you what? They died unawares. So now people may be thinking his family, he set my uncle up, had him go out there. He knew wasn't no damn banister around that railing. Why would he have him go up there and it ain't finished? You understand what I'm saying? So we had to have cities of refuge, or what we call holding cells, to get them away from the avenger of your family member. Because family members don't care how he got killed and how bad he was. Because look, no matter how, you could be in 10 drive-bys, then shot up to school, and his parents are still saying he should have been killed like that, and I want vengeance. But what about what all he did? You ain't right. So we had to have places to move people to till we can get them through the court system and verify that he didn't plot on him to let him fall off the roof and kill him unaware and say my hands is clean. Let's get some more, see what else it says.
Verse 12.
Yeah.
And they shall be unto you cities for refuge from the avenger. That the manslayer die not.
That the what?
Manslayer die not. Until he stand before the congregation in judgment.
Until he stand before the congregation in judgment. Y'all, they have to be moved away. It's called protective custody. Till we can get to the point where we can figure out how this man died. Let's get some more.
Verse 13.
Yeah.
And of these cities which ye shall give, 6 cities shall ye have for refuge. Ye shall give 3 cities on this side Jordan, and 3 cities shall ye give in the land of Canaan, which shall be cities of refuge. These 6 cities shall be a refuge, both for the children of Israel and for the stranger, and for the sojourner among them, that every one that killeth any person unawares may flee thither.
See, y'all see that kill unawares. What does that mean? That means I didn't know I was the cause of this person's death. Unaware. Y'all understand? But people don't care about that. They like, he killed him.
Right.
He ain't nobody crazy. Why would he drive down this street and it say dead end and he driving 60? You know what I'm saying? I'm just trying to give some examples, but unaware, you didn't know you caused that accident.
Right.
Now some of us be driving, looking at our phone and texting and driving, and you in and out of your lane, and somebody swerve and hit a couple, you still texting, and it's a 30-car pile up behind you, and you don't know you the cause of it. Yeah, be there in a second, dog. Doing that yank drive. When you realize you're yank and get back in your lane. And steady typing and talking.
Blowing up in
there's
the back.
cars behind you blowing up like a Hezbollah back there. Unaware. 3 exits down and somebody, man, you heard a report, man, they had a 30-car pile up.
Man, I was just down
I
there.
was just down there.
Oh, but
You the cause of
Look, they got your license plate.
And you know, another cause is what they call is called rubbernecking causes of
Oh, man.
The reason they call it rubbernecking, you're driving trying to see what else going on and you don't see. Your neck is like rubber, it stretches all the way over the seat. Yeah, I see what's going on.
It's been no.
Boom! And then you run into something.
Mass accident on both sides.
On both sides of the highway. Y'all, these are normal things that happen. The Most High is not responsible for you not paying attention. How you gonna give him that and call him a murderer?
Right.
A murderer is a shedder of innocent blood. If somebody trying to kill you, you're not a murderer. You're self-defense.
Right.
It's 2 different things, and we're gonna get into this. Let's get some more, y'all.
Break that down.
Verse 16.
Yeah.
And if he smite him with an instrument of iron,
If he smite him with what?
an instrument of iron,
Uh-huh.
so that he die,
So did he what?
die, he is a murderer.
What is he?
A murderer.
Uh-huh.
The murderer shall surely be put to death.
So you smite a man, hit him with that iron.
Pistol whip.
Pistol whip him, anything, and he died.
Beat him with
When you hit him with a hammer, you beat him with a fence pole.
back to the head.
Iron, you whoop him. Then this is what it's saying. Let's read some more because it's gonna get into the judgment of to make it. Let me say. It's going to explain itself why he chose that word murderer versus manslayer. Go ahead.
Verse 17.
Yeah.
And if he smite him with throwing a stone,
Uh-huh.
wherewith he may die, and he die, he is a murderer. The murderer shall surely be put to death.
See, y'all, and crazy as we were when we was coming up, man, putting rocks in the middle of a snowball and having a snowball fight.
Yeah.
Crazy as children.
Or throwing rocks off the house.
Or look, when all the leaves used to fall, them crazies we had in a project down there on Peabody Court used to put a stick in the middle and pile it up with leaves. Everybody used to run and jump like this on the pile of leaves.
Crazy.
And they know a stick in there.
Yeah.
Go ahead, bro.
Verse 18.
Yeah.
Or if he smite him with a hand weapon of wood.
With a hand weapon of wood.
Axe.
2x4.
Axe.
Back.
Bat.
2x4.
Bat. Yeah.
Back.
Mr. B.O.E. Club, the police have on their hip.
Yes, sir.
Billy Club. An instrument of wood. They'll whoop your skull open till you dead.
What we call them nigga beaters.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Or if he smite him with a hand weapon of wood, wherewith he may die, and he die, he is a murderer.
Uh-huh.
The murderer shall surely be put to death.
Uh-huh.
The avenger of blood himself shall slay the murderer.
See, the revenger of blood is the Most High.
Right.
Go ahead.
When he meeteth him, he shall slay him.
Uh-huh.
But if he thrust him of hatred, or hurl at him by line of weight, that he die, or in enmity smite him with his hand, that he die, he that smote him shall surely be put to death. For he is a murderer. The revenger of blood shall slay the murderer when he meeteth him.
Now you understand how it said, let me explain to you. He's saying, I gave you all the examples, I called him murder, but he said, this is what I'm saying, this is what makes him that. If he lay in wait,
Yeah.
and he busts a man's head, or he hide in some weeds and jump out on him, and bust his head, so you're planning to put him down. That's when it says it's no more, it's just unawares, because you're in full awareness of what's going on.
thought about it.
Like Brian Beckworth killed Mega Evers hiding in the bushes.
Yeah.
At his crib and shot him.
Yeah.
Premeditated.
Or they say how Kennedy got killed. They say some men was hiding in the bushes dead, didn't they?
Yeah. Well,
Y'all understand?
That one in the sewer.
The grassy knoll and all of that. Yeah, go ahead.
Verse 22.
Yeah.
But if he thrust him suddenly without enmity,
Without enmity, no mutual hatred. Go ahead.
or have cast upon him anything without lying of weight,
Uh-huh.
or with any stone wherewith a man may die, seeing him not and cast it upon him, that he die, and was not his enemy, neither sought his harm, then the congregation shall judge between the slayer and the revenger of blood according to these judges.
So now we got to go before the court in God's law to weigh this out. He didn't know, when he threw that stone up there, he didn't have no idea that dude was finna walk around the corner. He just throwing bricks off, like children throw bricks off the highway. Some know it's gonna hit a car and some know it's just for fun. Let's just throw it over the wall.
Right.
Well, as cars passing over the wall, you don't care about it, then you hear there was a man, a rock came over a wall and went through his windshield and killed him. Everybody, ooh, man, that was do dirty them throwing them rocks. Now we have to get everything in play, and the congregation got to come. We got to bring you before what we gonna charge you with. Or we gonna charge you with murder or manslaughter or homicide, or what we gonna put on you for this cause unawares. You understand what I'm saying? The first one said laying in wait.
Right.
Self-explanatory.
Right.
The next one say, I did the same things, but I wasn't laying in wait. I don't hate that guy. I don't even know that guy.
Right.
I'm just throwing rocks off the highway.
I had no idea that it was on.
Let's get some up.
Verse 25.
Yeah.
And the congregation shall deliver the slayer out of the hand of the revenger of blood. And the congregation shall restore him to the city of his refuge, whither he was fled. And he shall abide in it unto the death of the high priest, which was anointed with the holy oil.
So he have to stay in what's called exile, or where he can't be extradited back until this administration runs out. Like when Joseph said, Herod is dead, you go back home now.
Right.
The high priest did. Mary, Joseph, take the Messiah back home now. Herod that sought their life is dead. Same way with Moses. Moses was on the run for 40 years before Pharaoh died out.
Yes, sir.
And he was able to go back. Y'all understand, because these laws are universal. For every kingdom, it's supposed to be set up like that. Let's get some more.
Verse 26.
Yeah.
But if the slayer shall at any time come without the border of the city of his refuge, whither he was fled, and the avenger of blood find him without the borders of the city of his refuge, and the revenger of blood kill the slayer, he shall not be guilty of blood.
See, because he left his safety zone.
Right.
Why you gonna come out of protective custody and go and gin pop and you know you ain't tough? And you finna get your gin pop. You know, and you told you to stay in protective custody. This ain't for you.
Right.
These hard men is out there and gin pop.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
I know they call protective custody in jail
Punk City, yeah. But look, they telling them, look, you better stay in Punk City. The avengers of killers is there. So you gonna prove your manhood and don't make it to trial?
No, you ain't about that life.
You ain't about that life. You shouldn't be in there anyway.
Yeah.
You know you ain't about that life. What you doing in there? Gin pop is the safety zone. What you come out of there for? I'm hard. Yeah. Tory Lanez just got out of PC and want to be in Gin Pop now for what he did to Megan Thee Stallion shooting her in the feet. I want to be amongst Gin Pop. And you got this money?
Yeah, okay.
You finna be, what they call commissary king for everybody. Let's get some more.
Verse 28.
Yeah.
Because he should have remained in
What should he have done that?
remained in the city of his refuge until the death of the high priest. But after the death of the high priest, the slayer shall return into the land of his possession.
And see, y'all, we have here what's called pardon. The president, at the end of his term, pardoned all people that on jail. They may have done something, but he pardoned them. And then he get out, so the next president coming in can't charge him with those crimes. He's let out before the high priest died. Y'all understand what I'm saying? It's simple. They're just using different words, but it's the same process that they got from the Most High because they use the Bible.
It's the law.
It's their law 97-280. The Bible is the official word of God. If you look it up right now, public law 97-280. The Bible is the official word of God. That's what this nation say. I don't care because they make other laws that say, but they still got this one that say a man should lay down with a man. So if you decide to make a law, that ain't got nothing to do with this. That's you sitting in Moses' seat saying you're going to justify this individual because he can't get a lust for women. And you make a law for him to lust after his own kind that look just like him.
Wow.
Let's get some more.
Verse 29.
Read that out, Nat.
So these things shall be for a statute of
What shall they be?
a statute of judgment unto you throughout your generations and all your dwellings. Whoso killeth any person, the murderer shall be put to death by the mouth of witnesses. But one witness shall not testify against any person to cause him to die.
Y'all see how this law is? It must be a two-witness rule. You still can't do it. We need two people to say you actually saw it. And if we don't have any witnesses, then we're going to get you and your statement. We're going to get your confession, and then we're going to have you write it down. Now, because a husband and wife are one flesh, they cannot make either one testify against the other one in a court of law.
Okay.
You know what they do? If they want him bad enough, and she's protecting him, no, yeah, she's protecting him, yeah. She his, what they call it, his ride or die. Yeah, she ride. So what they do is they bring her in again. We won't just talk to you again.
Bring up a
Throw a photo down there. He is in the club hugging his side of the head.
Right.
I'm gonna take care of the children. Look, mouth shake like he's saying, I'm gonna pay for all your children to go to college and buy you a new car. And when she look and see that black bastard said he was gone to a meeting with the fellas and he's at the club.
Right.
The dope's in the safe under the backyard, under the doghouse. That's where it's at. Black mother. And that's how they get them to testify on their own flesh.
Right.
Because a wife would never have to testify, nor a husband, even if they knew it was the case.
But see, even through that, they are bringing the law of Elohim before her.
Yeah.
Because now they showing an accusation of the breaking of commandments.
Yeah.
To her.
Yeah.
So now she feels she's not obligated under that law anymore. Because her husband has now transgressed the law that he said he would love and govern.
Yeah.
They were governed by.
Yeah. You see how they twisted on them real quick? We know how to get at them. We know how to break them. She was just at the ladies' meeting talking about how good of a man he was and he's always at home. Yeah. So, y'all understand this? So this is the tactics they use. They bring another one in to put the heat on them to get justification for this one. See, and now we got two witnesses. Him, and you're testifying we got all the goods because it came from the inside, y'all. This ain't hard to understand, y'all. Two witnesses is what it means. It's like this. The Pharisees, these rogue Negroes brought the woman. They say, we caught her in the act of adultery. What Deuteronomy 22 say, when you catch them in adultery, you must slay both the man and the woman.
Right.
So where is the man if you caught both them in adultery? Why you just got the woman? And he said, well, let him without sin cast the first stone, because anybody would have thrown the stone and it's only one witness there, and you ain't got the man there, they were going to be guilty of murder.
That's right.
So that's why they all dropped their stones. Even the man she was with, he dropped his too. Shit. Well, I guess that's So this is what we're saying, but it's their boy. Right. They protecting their boy.
Right.
And they gonna kill her to silence everything.
Yeah, right.
For their boy.
Yeah.
Like they were gonna do Susanna. Them two rogue priests.
Right.
Both of them sneaking and watching her taking a bath, and then they caught each other sneaking around. They said, well, we're going to have to put her to death. We both, you sneaking too, you looking too. Yeah. Well, man, we'll just say a young man, she let a young man come in here and do this. Lying like that to cover their tracks, y'all. Y'all read the book of Susanna. Y'all understand perfectly what we talking about, y'all. So Yo, this is not hard, it's self-explanatory because it's the book of life. Ain't nothing we just read. We can name every person, oh, that's Lil Willie, oh, that's such and such, oh, that's what was happening with them. We could point it out because ain't nothing written here, ain't happened before. It ain't new in your lifetime. It's the same system because it's the same rules that ain't never changed from the beginning. Murder is murder. Has it ever changed since the Garden of Eden? No. Is it still the same requirement? What Cain did, shed innocent blood. Abel was sitting back chilling, and he rose up on him with a with a stone or weapon of stone and bust Abel's head open. This is what that was talking about. He laid in wait. That's why Cain was called a what? A murderer.
But he also premeditated it.
Yeah.
He decided upon it in his heart.
Go ahead, bro.
Verse 31.
Yeah.
Moreover, ye shall take no satisfaction for the life of a murderer, which is guilty of death, but he shall surely be put to death. And ye shall take no satisfaction for him that is fled to the city of his refuge.
No, I didn't mean to laugh. It's just, hold on, I just got it. Let me just really read it to y'all. A woman walks into a pharmacy and asks the pharmacist for some arsenic. That's killer. He asks, what for? She says, I want to kill my husband. He says, sorry, I can't do that. She then reaches into her handbag and pulls out a photo of her husband in bed with the pharmacist's wife. And hands it to her.
Dead done.
Hold on. Look what the pharmacist say. Hold on, y'all. Look what the pharmacist says. The pharmacist says, you didn't tell me you had a prescription. You get the arsenic.
Right. Wow.
Gave him a double dose.
Gave him a double up.
Right.
Yeah. Things like that was good. Yeah, go ahead, bro. Where you at?
Verse 32.
Yeah.
And you shall take no satisfaction for him that is fled to the city of his refuge, that he shall come again to dwell in the land until the death of the priest.
See, you can't let nobody come out. Somebody try to sneak back into town, and visit his family. They shouldn't do that because most of the time they get caught
Set up.
and get killed and get set up trying to sneak back in and see somebody and you left your place of refuge.
I had a cousin that happened.
Yes, sir. See, because word travel fast, y'all.
Yeah, he back in town.
Ain't nothing faster than what we got. How do people in jail know what's going on before the people out on the street? Look, you got telegram, you got telephone, you got tell her all information, but tell a nigga is the fastest nigga moves from anywhere.
The white female guards that be around the black men that tell everything and do everything with them inside.
Well, they in jail.
Yeah.
Yeah, so they go
have no
jail
freedom
if they
of
don't get
liberty
their
in
way
the
back.
soul system.
Yes, sir. So, y'all, we have to understand what goes on and how quick information is passed. I don't know how they know that. Man, yeah, I hear you finna graduate. How you know that? I ain't even sent out the invitation. Y'all don't worry about what I know up in there. I run this up in there. But it sounds like you running things out there too. Did we finish that, Nat?
No, we got some more verse.
Go ahead, bro.
Verse 33.
Yeah.
So ye shall not pollute the land wherein ye are. For blood, it defileth the land. And the land cannot be cleansed of the blood that is shed therein, but by the blood of him that shed it.
What?
Defile not therefore the land which ye shall inhabit, wherein I dwell. For I, the Lord, dwell among the children of Israel.
So he dwelling amongst us, and he's saying, I can't have no unrighteousness like that around me. Y'all sneaking and killing your brother. How you say you gonna love me and you do this to your brother?
Right.
And what we're talking about is of the same faith. Just cause we of the same nation, there's brothers that worship the devil like Pharisees and Freemason worshipers and all of these kind like that. Those are not our brother in the spirit.
Right.
They're just a family in the flesh.
Right. That's it.
And the enemy or the foes of your own what?
Household.
So let's get some more statutes. One more, y'all. Give me Ecclesiastic 3:8. And then we're going to go to Exodus 21. And this is read at every funeral, and not once is it questioned when it's read at a funeral. And the death could have been caused by someone shed innocent blood. Y'all, and what we're talking about now, our youth just drive by and shoot up everybody on all the porches. Innocent people are sitting out on the porch. They ought to know who they live next door to. That's their answer for killing the wrong person. They ought to know who they live next to. Y'all ever heard anything like that in your life? That's how they justify it.
That's innocent blood.
Innocent blood, bro. The land should not have that on it.
But he said there come a generation that curses his mother and
Boy,
calls it pain to his mother.
get that 3:8. Back it up to where it says that there's a time to keep.
I'm gonna just go ahead and run it through.
Okay, bro.
Alright. Ecclesiastes chapter 3, verse 1.
Hold on, y'all. We're gonna get everybody caught up. Go ahead, bro.
To everything there is a season.
To everything there's a what?
A season.
Uh-huh.
And a time to every purpose under the heaven.
Yes, sir.
A time to be born.
Uh-huh.
And a time to die.
Yeah.
A time to plant. And a time to pluck up that which is planted.
Right.
A time to kill.
A time to do what?
Kill.
When is that on planet Earth that you get that knock at your door? It's your time to kill. You just pick, ooh, I've been waiting on this Thursday. It's your time.
Boy, you finna murder somebody.
So when is it a time to kill?
Samuel Jackson.
Look, war brings a time to kill. Self-defense brings a time to kill. But Solomon is talking about death at this point. You understand what I'm saying? Sometimes the Most High had to put people down, but he's never called a murderer. Because he shows you, I'll put you down in faith. And the men that go out here and show you Judges, the book of Judges 20 about, and like the whole place getting took down, just ask them, what did they do to deserve what they do? And if you can't find what they did, then our God is what you're saying. But when you purposely won't say what they did so you can get your foolishness off, shame on you. Shame on you, because ain't nobody in this Bible got punished for nothing that they didn't do. Children just happen to be part of a situation. Your child would be asked to be in that car when you got in there, high as the cost of living.
Who killed Job's children?
Yes, sir. Who did? Y'all understand that? They died, but they can't be judged for anything. Death is coming anyway, whether they was 10 months or 110 years old, death was still on the table. Let's get some more.
Verse 3 again.
Yeah.
A time to kill and a time to heal.
Yeah.
A time to break down and a time to build up.
Uh-huh.
A time to weep and a time to laugh. A time to mourn and a time to dance. A time to cast away stones and a time to gather stones together. A time to embrace and a time to refrain from embracing. A time to get and a time to lose. A time to keep and a time to cast away. A time to rent and a time to sow. A time to keep silence and a time to speak. A time for love and a time to hate. A time of war.
A time of what?
Of war.
Uh-huh.
And a time of peace.
See, there's a time of war and there's a time of peace. There's war before we go into peace. These nations had to put down and then we go into peace for 1,000 years starting off. Solomon had peace for 40 years of every nation around King Solomon's temple. Peace for 40 years. I'm talking about wasn't even the scent or sniff of war in no nation for 40 years. But war came before that. As we're going through the wilderness and fighting them Canaanites, and then we got to that form of peace, where God's government was back in its rightful place in Jerusalem, where it was supposed to be, and the law is going forth from that to all nations. That's why the Queen of Sheba come up. Just like Zechariah 14, they're going to have to come up the same way. But they're going to be talking to the true man, full of wisdom, without sin, that's greater than Solomon. What we're reading about Solomon is after he recovered after his fall. He wrote these books. So a living dog is better than a dead lion because he recovered. Right. All that foolishness done, all the wisdom that I had, I slipped. And so he's telling you, you got one foot on a banana peel and the other one already in the grave. You better be careful. And watch what you're doing out here. It's that easy to be caught up, y'all, because the devil never stops waiting on the opportunity for you to slip. That's what his job is. I'm looking for that opening to get in where I fit in. Let's get some more. What did it say that? That it on that? You can hold that.
Yeah, that's it.
Give me that Exodus 21, 22 through 36. And we're going to get another form. We're going to get back because we're dealing with just killing. And so far, y'all, we've seen different avenues, ain't we? Different ways that talk about that. But notice one thing, y'all, when we get to the end of this, anything that happens to anybody here like this and you still breathing oxygen, is something called repentance. And we're going to get to them scriptures at the end of this so we understand. If you listen to these knuckleheads talking about you get your own judge, that means no repentance. You're going to judge yourself. Well, I don't think I was wrong in the way I did.
Right.
Shit, the nigga cheated off my paper while I couldn't cheat off of him when I needed. See, make up anything.
Right.
Justify wickedness.
All right, family, we're going to be reading in the book of Exodus, chapter 21. We're going to start the reading in verse 22.
What it say?
If men strive.
If men strive, that means they scrap and they fight. Physical fight. Go ahead.
And hurt a woman with child.
So they fight, and one of these individual wife is pregnant with child. She getting in the way trying to break it up, and she get hit with a Willis Reed elbow to the guts, or you know. Go ahead. Yeah, for some of y'all don't know who Willis Reed was. They say Willis Reed was a dirty basketball player for the Baltimore Celtics. Boy, you get up under them.
Knicks.
You go for the Knicks, and boy hit you, boy, with an elbow close while you up under you. And while you there, he lay the ball up, and you still trying to run down the court. Go ahead, bro. What else to say?
And hurt a woman with child.
Yeah.
So that her fruit depart from her.
She had a miscarriage. Go ahead.
And yet no mischief follow.
And no mischief follow, basically saying, you know, ain't no blood for blood. He didn't threaten to kill you. The mischief following is somebody taking this event into their own hand. Hey, you just killed my wife, you hit, but look, he may have tell her, I told you to stay back. I told you to stay back. This man's business. Right. Go ahead.
He shall be surely punished.
What shall he be?
Punished. According as the woman's husband will lay upon him. And he shall pay as the judges determine.
Civil suit. See, you started to fight, but we didn't mean for your woman to get in the way. So that child we had on him planning him going to Harvard. We planned on him driving a Rolls Royce and living in a mansion. So that's what the husband had planned for that child. Now we got to take this to court and see. When you go in with $100 million lawsuit, that's what you're saying. This child possibly could have made $100 million. And they started looking at the setup, seeing where he living and what school he going to, and you talking about you gonna send him to Harvard, and shit, all his report card is what we call damn fools, D's and F's. No, we got to move this down.
You gonna get
a few million. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. He got a C one time while he was in school, and we got our cake and ice cream and bought him some new Converse. So for a seat. So
we'll buy you another cake.
Boy, look here. The numbers gonna start to dwindle down. But you start up high. You understand? That's why they go in with the big number and they let it dwindle down to what is saying. This is what his life probably was going to be worth. Let's get some more.
Verse 23.
Yeah.
And if any mischief follow, then thou shalt give life for life.
Now, after the judge had made a decision, you owe them $250,000. If any mischief follow, then we get busy about this because I ain't giving that nigga nothing. You watch and see. It'll be some more killing around here before I do it. Once that happened, after the law has been said, and you violate, you're in contempt of law now, that means you're violating the order that says this is the judgment for causing her miscarriage. See, even we had another deal that if two men were fighting and the one man was getting the best of the other man, he on top of him raining blows of correction, and his wife reached and grabbed him in his secrets to get him off her husband and say you could cut her hand off.
And not pity her.
And not pity her. Cut her hand off. She could have hit him in the head with a cast iron skillet.
Right.
She should have gave him a Dick the Bruise and knee to the forehead.
Right.
But reach for his secrets is going to render a man
Enabled to produce.
Not to produce, and also he can't fight anymore because
ain't no
you done
more
grabbed
fight
his
behind
secrets. No more fight behind that.
Wait a minute.
So cut her hand off. And look, cut her hand off so that it ain't no misunderstanding, because she could be feeling like, oh, I see why he's a winner. Cut her hand off.
She won't remember. She won't remember.
Boy, look here.
If you cut her hand off.
Cut her hand off. Look, so y'all, we had these rules so that there's no drama. Look, because it's the setup deal. Lure men like women doing today. Men have them take other men's hotel and unlock the back door. Same thing, y'all. Lure men to their death through that violence like that. But they will cut her hand off. Beat him in the head. You can hit him in the head with a rock, but don't you grab between his legs. And see, that's the first thing women teach young women. If he do mess with you, kick him where?
Right. So
Men, we were trained to, if you had to get in a scuff with a woman, hey, look, you cut it down, but you turn sideways. All right now. Because I don't know how they can kick like that when you got both their arms. And I'm almost like, shit, I'm holding them up out there, kicking with both feet.
You was
Yeah.
kick it like this.
Boy, look at you, they kick it like that. Both feet, what you got said.
When I was a little girl and my mother was a single parent and she was a young parent, and my dad used to tell me, you know, when it was popular for white people, men come raping little girls. Anyway, my daddy told me that if any man or boy ever come up to me, that I ain't have to get scared. Told me to just grab him and squeeze him.
Oh, no.
And I don't, and look what, and he told me I didn't have to run from him, just walk away.
And you was gonna walk away, but it put a death sentence on you, because that's how we were teaching how to be the avenger or the revenger of blood. Right. That's the way, and we shouldn't do that, because that's deadly to a man. And the main reason it was is because it was called the putting of the hand under a thigh. It was a sworn oath. Right. Abraham made Eliezer put his hand under his thigh. He said, when you go get Isaac's wife, Rebecca, vow to me you ain't gonna make no stops, you ain't gonna turn no corner. I need you back here in this mountain today. So you put the hand under the thigh. Jacob did the same thing to Ephraim and Manasseh in Egypt. When he did, he put the hand under the thigh, because that's the closest to a man's testes. His testes, his word is his bond. That's all he has to offer. It's my lineage. I can produce more with it. If they get cut off, I'm a eunuch now. You know, I can't produce any more fruit. I can do it spiritually, but then I can't just from under those circumstances. So that's what was a man's word. I put mine on the line. I don't put this on my mom. I don't put this on my uncle. I put this on what's between my legs, my testes, my life. I put my life on the line. And you will put your hand on the man. You read that when Abraham sent Eliezer to go get Rebecca. Yeah. And you will see it when Jacob did it for Manasseh and Ephraim in Egypt.
But it's also close to the covenant.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And the covenant, right? The circumcision.
Yep.
Y'all understand how important this was? See, we didn't have to go through this, you know, all that talking. I put this on my mama. No, let's put it on them testes. Let's quit playing around. This ain't got nothing to do with your mama. Let's get down to business. Let's see if we can deal with the fruit of this tree. You ready to play now?
Really no.
Let's get some more, y'all.
Verse 24.
Yeah.
Eye for eye,
Uh-huh.
tooth for tooth, hand for hand, foot for foot, burning for burning, wound for wound,
Uh-huh.
stripe for stripe. And if a man smite the eye of his servant, or the eye of his maid, that it perish, he shall let him go free for his eye's sake.
See, in captivity, when they were put our eye out, technically according to this law, they were supposed to be free from being a slave. But then they would put both eyes out to scare the other slaves. Brutal captivity, y'all. It's long my tongue. Y'all understand what I'm saying? This is why these laws had to be in there. That's why I say if he be a servant, because men had Hebrew servants. And understand this is called indentured servitude. You owe me a debt, you have to work for me for 7 years. I'm going to give you room, board, and food. But you're my butler now. That's as far as it went. If I got out of control, I put a few rod licks on you, but I cannot, further the affliction.
That's right.
You know, that's what it tells us. If your servant run off, matter of fact, give me a little bit of that, lights, give me a little bit of that 33 Sirach. Just a little bit so y'all understand about a servant when you have a Hebrew slave. That's not bondage. Bondage is different from indentured servitude. After 7 years, it's over. No matter what, it's over. Unless you choose to stay. And if you choose to stay to be a homeborn, his servant like Eleazar, then they will pierce your ear. To let you know he volunteered that he want to be my butler for life. And who wouldn't want to be Abraham's butler? I'm talking about so good that he thought the covenant was going to Eleazar. He didn't even know he was going to have Isaac. What you got back there?
7 years for a indentured servant.
Instead of 7 years.
Yeah, but you also, when you were turned free, you were left with substance.
Yeah.
You was turned free, let go with substance. Pay and
Your debt wiped out.
Yeah, everything.
That's why
But you also left with something. You
Yeah,
didn't leave
you just empty-handed back out there like they did us here, turn us loose.
Right.
Now go find your way.
And go find your way, and
That's
we
why-
end up on more on the plantation when we was free than when we were slaves.
Right, because many returned back to the plantation.
Yeah.
To work as sharecroppers. And was
That
worked
work
off.
all year and still old.
And still owe. You done worked all year, you think you making money. He said, well, you did pretty good this year, Jimbo. You only owe me $1,000. This year, what happened to all my crops we sold? Well, you bought 5 pounds of sugar the other day, then you bought 500 pounds of flour, and all that has to come out the same thing record executives do
I
now
was just
to
getting
artists.
It's the same music industry.
And you done sold 5 million copies, and the bus still pull up in the projects and let you out.
Man, my
You
father-
trying to go on tour just so you can get some money.
Get some money, boy, and you
was
come back broken and you
I was
look
right
to the
telling-
left. Go ahead,
I
like.
was telling Emar the other day, my partner was in town last night. You know, he performed with CeeLo and Goody Mob. So he been with CeeLo for a long time. But called me the other day, he came in town, he was like, man, what part of the town you staying, Bill? Because I wanted to come by the house and just make a sandwich. What? No, so I'm thinking he playing. He's like, bro, the music industry ain't what it seems it's cut out to be, what you think. He said, bro, I be so miserable. He's so lonely. And he's like, man, sometimes I don't even have a penny in my pocket. And I perform. He traveled the world. He said, man, what? And so Miriam's like, he probably won't be able to come down to the hotel and hang out with you now because he got to get up and go to work. He's like, man, I sure forgot because, you know, I forget people got to go to work and everything. He's like, man, I don't even get to sleep. He said, man, I travel so much, I don't get to sleep, man. He's like, you getting rest, you going to sleep in there. He's like, man, I just want to come by the house and make a sandwich, bro. I'm like, man, you could, but you know, I'm thinking he's joking.
No, he ain't
Like,
joking.
no, bro. He said all that glitter don't. He said all that glitter ain't
Ain't
gold.
That's right.
He said, bro, don't believe the hype, man. He said, man, this like. He said, I said, well, bro, keep your head up, man. If you ain't feeling it no more, bow out, man. I said, but you gotta save your soul, bro.
Right.
And he's like,
You know why he can't lie?
He
It's
said-
because he's under contract.
right, he's
That's
under
it.
contract.
Reach
He
the
said,
contract.
man. He said, Bill, man, the music is. He said the music industry is the devil's lane. He added in big letters. He said, man, it's the devil's lane.
And see,
Like,
it's
man,
only the
it's-
devil's lane because you didn't read that small print.
Right.
You just saw yourself on the cover
Yeah.
of Soul Brother magazine.
You know, because he's been a musician all his life.
Come on, man.
You know, we was in high school and stuff, him and his brothers had bands and,
Yeah.
you know, they were always performing. You know, he moved to Atlanta, you know, and got into the scene, you know what I'm saying? And, I mean, he's been with
And look,
Mom
everybody
and
in
their
Atlanta.
family since they came out, since they started.
Yeah.
But it's taking so much of a toll on them now.
You can't
Be
stand
like,
it.
man, I just wanna have a peaceful, just simple life, bro.
He
I just
won't.
wanna be able to just
See,
sit
that
at home
small
and eat a
print
sandwich,
lies.
brother. He say, man, I don't get to do that, man. Just sit at home and eat a sandwich.
It's small print, Elijah,
Yeah.
because they keep reminding us, you owe us 3 more albums before 2024.
Slave to
How
the-
many have you got done already? He ain't got no album yet, and he only got 3 more months to go to get them 3 albums out. Or we take everything we got from you, we're gonna use your image how we wanna use it. We're gonna make millions off of you, and you're going to be broke because you didn't read that small print on the contract. This is why we're gonna get into a couple scriptures that say put everything in writing. Everything must be in writing when you deal in business, deal with your brother, and so there's no problems with your brother because it's in writing. All you have to do is show me and both of you sign this. You understand what I'm saying? Everything in writing. So we're gonna get to them scripts, y'all. But we understand that, y'all, it's a ruthless business because they come at you off your desire of your lust. You want to be seen out there publicly before everyone, and you just sign that contract without looking at it and read the small print that you only gonna get 1 point for every 10 million albums sold.
Didn't read the contract.
Didn't
but
read
you
the
looking at
contract.
bag.
Exactly.
You were looking at the bag, chasing the bag. Go ahead, sis.
Selling the soul for the love of money, because that's what I learned about Marvin Barnes and Eddie Kendricks.
Right.
When they quit the Temptations and came here to St. Louis to form their own group, because behind the scenes, had money, child support. When I think Eddie Kendricks went, I don't know if it was David Ruffin's funeral anyway, his wife had him arrested at one of them's funeral because they knew.
Oh, that money.
Huh?
Oh, that money.
Yeah.
See,
When
so
you
y'all,
sell
this
your
is all we're
soul
talking
out,
about.
when you get puffed up with all of that.
Your name
selling
is your
soul
word.
to the for the
Well,
love of
look,
money when it
look.
started going down the drain.
What happens is because you're trying to recover from part 1 that you mess up on, you dig a deeper hole.
Right.
See, this is what we're talking about. It's like refinancing a loan again.
Yeah.
You know, and refinancing that loan again,
Right.
now the interest rate that went from 4.5 to
Right.
32.6 interest rate.
Yeah.
You'll die before you pay off the interest. You'll never start on the loan.
Right.
This is what America is in with Israel for.
Right.
Israel bailed America out in the early 1900s from bankruptcy when the Great Depression hit America.
Depression in 30.
They came in here and bailed the banking system out, and they say you owe us for life. America ain't paid off the interest yet. They ain't even started on the loan that they owe the Edomites. Y'all understand what I'm saying? So they have to give them $5 billion a year and support their army. Give them all the missions they need every year because they're trying to satisfy a loan that brought America back up on its feet. Y'all understand what I'm saying? This is what's all involved with this.
Yeah.
And America backed them in 48 when they took the land. They're like, we got your back, we owe you. You're our muscle. You're under orders, you're our muscle, you owe us. That's why they say we stand firm, we stand firm. Because if you don't, you renege on the contract.
That's right.
Then what?
Then what? Like I say, then the other day said, y'all reneging? Oh, we can get out of then. But let's get it, y'all. Where we at?
Verse 27 in the book of Exodus, chapter 21.
Uh-huh.
And if he smite out his manservant's tooth,
Uh-huh.
or his maidservant's tooth, he shall let him go free for his tooth's sake.
So you can't beat up a person because you say they're my slave. It don't allow for that. But give me that Sirach 33. What is saying there about how to treat any indentured servant? We're not talking about bondage. We're talking about indentured servitude. Bondage is what we were under. No man can buy you. See, no man can buy us out of this 400 years. No man. You can't change religions to get out of this. You can't change gods to get out of this.
What was that, Daniel? Sirach 32?
Sirach 33,
Oh, 33, okay.
start about 25, yeah, that sounds good, 24. 24.
24,
Yeah. When in the Apocrypha, y'all, Ecclesiasticus 33, verse 24.
Sirach chapter 33, verse 24.
Uh-huh.
Fodder, a wine, and burdens are for the ass.
For a donkey, that's what you had to whoop on him to make him obey. Go ahead.
And bread, correction, and work for a servant.
Bread, correction, and work for a servant. That's why the penitentiary, all they would give you was bread and water and you live. Mm-hmm. You didn't have to have no meat. Bread and water will sustain you for life. Go ahead, what else to say?
If thou set thy servant to labor, thou shalt find rest.
Right.
But if thou let him go idle, he shall seek liberty.
This is why you must work. An idle mind is the what?
Devil's playground.
You got to be set to labor, y'all, because that was the punishment we got in Genesis 3:17. You're gonna sweat from your brow. You have to set him to labor to keep the idle mind out. But now these Negroes in this polygamy doctrine then switched it around to where they say the women are responsible for Genesis 3:17. You must go sweat from the sweat of your brow, and I stay here and work these thumbs on PlayStation.
Well, if that switch, then shouldn't the pants switch?
That's what it should switch. But they don't. They keep that one on them too. So basically, they do what Job said in 31-32 chapter of Job when he said, if I hide my transgression in my bosom, I'm worse than an infidel. See, you're giving her, when you supposed to obey, you're supposed, and then you give her your curse. Go out there and work and get that money and bring it back to daddy. No,
But see,
you pimping. That's a pimp.
Yes, sir.
P-I-M-P. Put it in my pocket. What you just got from your job. What you got?
man's first commandment was labor.
Yeah.
But labor in luxury.
In luxury, in retirement.
Labor and responsibility. That was always the man's first commandment. Responsibility.
Yeah.
And to labor for that responsibility. Because he gave us a garden. He gave us the whole earth. He said, go in and till it.
Yeah.
That's it.
So we were already put to work on the first day.
That's right. But in retirement, though.
In retirement. It didn't become hard labor until the transgression.
Because we disrespect retirement.
Right.
Y'all imagine that. Most High taking care of everything for you. All you have to do is just go out and prune the fruit trees. And at your own time, you get tired, and you drink your little lemonade. And that's what you can do in the kingdom. That's what we're moving back to. But when we refuse to accept laid back, this is what we get. But now they twist the scripture, these men commanders, and say a woman's supposed to go to work. She's your helpmeet, but what about the help you supposed to be doing?
Right.
She helps you with your job.
Right.
Not she don't go get a job for you while you switch to her role.
Right.
Switch it
If a
up.
man have long hair, don't nature itself teach you that that's an abomination? It don't mean that he can't long hair. Like what it means is, like it's saying, that he switch roles with his woman.
Right. But the only problem is when they switch roles with the wife, they ain't even doing the wife's duty.
That boy ain't
They ain't even
doing
looking
that.
after the children.
They ain't doing
They
nothing.
ain't cooking no damn food. They ain't washing no dishes. They ain't cleaning up around the house.
Nothing.
They ain't doing a damn thing.
Come home, baby pamper, look like it got a rack of pool balls in it back. You've been on the game all day. What's my baby pamper?
Look, they got the child being around them.
Yeah, and that's what they're teaching is righteous according to God. The script say women raise the children at a young age, don't it?
Yeah.
When they get into manhood, when they reach their puberty, then the father take over. How you in the house and ain't in the field? It's a difference if you're handicapped or you're disabled or something got you down, but there's a stipend. But look, we set up a welfare system even in Israel for the fatherless and the who? The widows, not the widower. The man didn't get nothing because he has to sustain. It's for the woman that's got a child and no protection. We have to set up funding for them. Welfare ain't just started in this country. Welfare was in Israel. It's called the Fund for the Fatherless. Don't know what a daddy at. Say he was going to get a loaf of bread and ain't been back in 15 years. Let's get some more. Where we at?
Have a bread company.
Let's get some more of this. Right. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, go ahead, bro. What we at? 33 in this Sirach we still in.
Verse
26.
26, yeah.
I tell you what, read 25 again.
Okay. If thou set thy servant to labor, thou shalt find rest. But if thou let him go idle, he shall seek liberty. A yoke and a collar do bow the neck. So are tortures and torments for an evil servant.
Right.
Send him to labor.
Send him where?
To labor. That he be not idle. For idleness teacheth much evil.
And all of these men that's teaching that don't believe the law of God are idle men. They don't even want to labor in the word of God. They rather just say, man, I don't believe none of that, man. What God to do that and teach other men so. This, you have to say labor, right? And you'll get the fruits of your labor in the kingdom, right?
Right.
They don't even want to labor anymore. Just one line in people, distorting scriptures purposely, always been a non-worker. Look, if they had a job laying down, they'll wake up and quit. Lazy. And look, white folks got this joke. White folks got this joke. I hate it, but it's fun.
No more.
Look, yeah, don't want to lay down. Can't make me lay down. Kid, fuck that job. Fuck that job. Excuse me, y'all. Please forgive me. Please forgive me. Yeah, I did. But y'all forgive me, y'all. Please, most high. But that's the mindset. Y'all understand what I'm saying?
Yes, sir. What was that joke?
That joke white folks say, they like, how you starve a Negro? Hide his food stamps in his workbooks. See, he'll do everywhere except that. He'll tear the whole house up. But them workbooks, it could be $10,000 worth of food stamps in the workbooks. He ain't gonna never like, here they is. He just searching everything around.
Now, it's another joke too. They say, it's three things you can't give a nigga.
What?
A black eye, a fat lip, and a job.
Yeah. But see, they make all of these jokes off of idleness, y'all.
Right.
And they call us lazy, but how can we be lazy and we built this country?
Right.
See, but that was because we were put to labor. We never were allowed to be idle.
Right.
They just didn't let you lay around. That's why these camps become idle, because you don't have no real work you got for them to do. What you gonna do? There's only so many people can chop wood. They're in a compound and you think you're living, but everybody's going to be idle. They're going to be just sitting around or walking through like they do in a Rockadoochie camp with their hand behind their back, looking holy. But where you going? What work is you doing? You only got 3 goats and 2 chickens in there, and you just walking back and forth. Talk about this, the kingdom. Everybody's idle.
The devil all up in there.
The devil all up in there. Who had something over there? Shalom to you. Okay, let's keep reading, y'all. Read the rest of that down to 31, bro.
All right,
27.
verse 28.
Yeah.
I got it.
Go ahead.
Set him to work as it fit for him.
As it is what?
As it is fit for him.
So you can't overwork anybody that can't do the work. You know, somebody got a broke arm, you can't have him doing work that takes 2 arms. What work that's fit for him? Go ahead, what else it say?
If he be not obedient,
Put
on more heavy fetters.
What you do?
Put more work on him.
Yeah.
But be not excessive toward any. And without discretion do nothing.
Right.
If thou have a servant, let him be unto thee as thyself.
As thy what?
Thyself. Because thou hast brought him with a price.
See, you paid for that servant. Why would you beat the hell out of him?
Right.
It's like me and a married woman. Why would you hate your own flesh? It's the same thing. You called because it came with a cost, didn't it?
Yeah.
She's called a female, not a free male. She comes with a fee. It's called a dowry. And every man knows romance
Without
finance is a nuisance. Sooner or later it's gonna catch up with you. Get some more, y'all. I had to use that. Go ahead.
If thou have a servant, let him be unto thee as thyself, because thou hast bought him with a price.
Right.
If thou have a servant, entreat him as a brother.
As a what?
As a brother. For thou hast need of him, as of thine own soul. If thou entreat him evil, and he run from thee, which way wilt thou go to seek him?
That's why we would run off the plantation when we had evil masters. So how you gonna go look for them? You have to get the dogs out. You're killing your money maker. Y'all understand what I'm saying? He like, what person would do? You buy a slave just to kill him so he can't work for you? Well, you just trying to show people you got some money?
Right. And that's what Moses told Pharaoh, man, give them a day off.
Yeah.
Rest.
You working them to death 7 days a week. Let's get some more of this, y'all. Where we at?
We're in the book of Exodus, chapter 21 and verse 28.
Yeah.
If an ox gore a man or a woman, that they die, then the ox shall surely be stoned. Shall be surely stoned. And his flesh shall not be eaten. But the owner of the ox shall be quit.
So basically, we're killing that ox, your money maker. If it gore a man or a woman, we're going to kill that ox. That's the best we can do for you, so we won't have to put you in the jail. But we're going to quit you of it, you know, because sometimes people mess with things. Like they be out there at Yellowstone Park or get out the car. Yellowstone ain't responsible for you. And them signs everywhere say, leave them birds alone. Leave them buffaloes alone. Don't try to feed them buffaloes. And you trying to get a picture. Yes, sir.
They say stay in your vehicle.
Stay in your vehicle.
Like the woman get out and want to cuss at her husband and the tiger grab her.
Boy, look there. Or the buffalo, like I say, the buffalo ram you right in your rear end.
Flip you 20 feet up
20 feet up in there, and they told you, don't get out of your car and try to feed them. They know how to eat. What else to say, brother?
Verse 29.
Yeah.
But if the ox were wont to push with his horn in time past.
So he's known for breaking loose and attacking people. Go ahead.
And it had been testified to his owner.
They done warned him already, man. Your ox crazy, man. Like a pit bull off the chain. Go ahead.
And he hath not kept him in. But what he hath killed a man or a woman, the ox shall be stoned, and his owner also shall be put to death.
You see how we didn't play with that? Look, we had told you 3 times this ox done got out, chased children home. Now it done killed a busload of children. You got to pay the price for that now, because we told you, we gave you a sign. Keep your ox locked up. Y'all understand what this saying? These people want tough dogs. Like I said, they don't train them like Elijah or Nat them how they dog under command and control. I still don't trust them. I still stand sideways. But as long as he there, I know that dog know he better not never. But still, me, you know, because I just can't, because they just look like, I want to bite all of your vows. So I just stand sideways. But look here, y'all. So this the deal. You keep letting it get out, and the people keep coming to you. People will come to you, and you know what they do? They write a summons, don't they? Mm-hmm. And they put it on your door. They say, next time we gonna get it, and then you gonna have to pay for them to come back. You go get your dog out because you don't want them in there, and then they kill somebody. Now you on the hook for that. You're charged with their crime. Go ahead. What you got, LC?
Yeah, dogs do have compassion on people with disabilities too.
With disability?
Yeah, because I
absolutely.
Absolutely.
Look, dogs, like say they'll lick the swords on an individual. Yeah. They have that compassion. That's why they call them man's best friend.
They can sense disabilities and ailments and things.
They got them in the hospital now.
They can sense fear.
They can sense fear, everything. So they are truly man's best friend. And look, you're supposed to feed them from the crumbs of your table. So they have a perfect diet too. You know what I'm saying? Because they eat what you eat. Mm-hmm. See, but most dogs that got high blood pressure now and diabetes is because they eat from the table of pork. Yeah. You know, and they just put anything in their bowl. So, you know, when you say, look, When you say I was sick as a dog, you know what a dog doing like,
Right.
I'm not helping you put in my bowl for that really punish me.
Hey, but I gotta, speak on that, I had 2 pits that used to, like one of my pits, he was missing for 4 years. And I found him. But then I had another pit, and they was running together, and so when I got the other pit, he started getting out the yard all the time. So I would barricade my fence. They would find a way to get out that yard. So I was like, all right, y'all gonna keep on, police gonna get y'all. So, you know, I'm trying to keep them in my yard the best way I can. You know, I'm thinking the one pit ain't gonna leave no more since he been missing for 4 years. So he was cool until the other pit came around.
Yeah.
He had a thing for jumping the fence. So I started barricading the fence, barricading. One day I'm looking out the window, I'm in the kitchen, I see a white man run up in my yard. What the hell you doing? He like, man, these your dogs? I'm like, 2 pits? He said, it's 3 of them. I said, no, 2 of them mine. I don't know who the other one belong to. But that's they homie. He come and bark in the alley. He tell him break out. Yeah, he sit in the alley and bark. And I watched this one day. I'm in the window. After I just barricaded the fence, the blue pig would walk down the fence and looking for the weak spots of the fence.
Wow.
While the red one sit back, because he was the big one, he sit. And I guess wherever he locates the weak part, he'll look at the red like right here. They both look at the window to see if I'm looking. Right. The red kid to bust through that weak part, the blue one hop over. Because the red one didn't do a lot of jump.
So
the blue one here leap.
6 feet.
I'm like, look at this shit. So the white man chased him back. He said, these your dogs? I said, yeah. So he said, well, listen, bro. He said, listen, man. I'm glad you heard because, you know, I've been getting calls about it. Now, if I had gotten them and you wasn't around, I have to take them down. And he said, brother, you be hit with a fine. Heavy fine.
Yeah.
He said, because not only do you have 2 loose dogs, they 2 pit bulls, 2 loose pit bulls, and they big. He like, brother, you gonna get hit up, man.
Yeah.
He say, so, man, can you keep them locked up? I said, brother, do you see my fence? I said, look at how my fence is barricaded. I said, I can't. He said, well, what you want to do? He said, you can either sign them over to me or keep them locked up the best way you can. He said, because if I catch them and I take them down, you coming to court.
Yeah.
And you gonna pay a hefty fine.
Yeah.
I said, no, I ain't. I said, I'm finna sign them over to you.
Right now.
You finna take these dogs with you.
Yeah.
I said, because I can't keep them in the yard, man. They won't stay. I said, look at my yard. Look how barricaded my yard is. Look like a damn military base.
Yeah.
He said, well, here, I'll get the paperwork, man. I signed. I say, I told you, y'all going to jail. He out the fence and ran back in the house. He gonna run in the house when I go out to talk to the red one. He on the other side of the alley looking like, I'm gonna just sit over here and watch what happens. Man, I grabbed him, put him on the leash, walked him around to the truck, put him in the truck. He said, man, you gonna get the red one? I said, yeah, I get the red one after I put him in. The red one was always my road dog, so he used to like riding in the car. This Negro then ran and hopped in the front seat of the truck. Dude said, hey man, can you come get this big ass dog off my front? He in the front seat. I'm like, oh man, he think he finna go for a ride, but he going for a ride. That's not his own ride. So they gone. They was gone, man, because I couldn't risk the fact because they kept getting out, and I had neighbors who would come to me like, man, they're around the corner, man. And I tried to jump at them and try to scare them back around, and they got up and jumped at me, and I was like, hell no.
Oh, wait a minute.
Like, no.
Time for y'all to
He
go.
like, bro, you gotta get them, man. I said, nah, I'm gonna sign them over, so I signed them over.
And you have to do that, y'all. You cannot just continue on and just say, I don't care.
No.
But the laws of this nation follow the laws of this Bible on the same thing.
Yes, they do.
Everything he just said legally happened to him, we just read it here, didn't we?
Yep.
The difference is just an ox versus a pit bull, but we're talking about goring a man. Talking about savagely mauling a child coming home from school. Let's get some more. Where we at?
We're in the book of Exodus, chapter 21 and verse 30.
Yeah.
If there be laid on him a sum of money, then he shall give for the ransom of his life whatsoever is laid upon him. Whether he gave gored, whether he have gored a son, or have gored a daughter, according to this judgment shall it be done unto him.
And y'all see that running of the bull? That's volunteer goring.
Right.
You know, you just running, you antagonize them, and you running in them bulls, and you get caught up, or you trip and fall, that bull gore you, you know, they end up throwing them things, but you punch. But that's legal goring. You're a daredevil at that point. You're daring the devil. I can outrun this bull with that horn, and he's got it bent down and running straight towards me.
But what they do first is they agitate
Yeah,
him
they
first.
agitate it.
They agitate him
Poke
first
it.
and then run.
So if you're rooting for the bull, is you wrong?
Go ahead, bro.
Like when they get flipped in your head over.
He said that's entertainment.
Yeah. So he on the bounce
they want the
house.
volunteers of entertainment. I'm enjoying.
I'm rooting for the bull.
Go ahead, bro.
Verse 32.
Yes, sir.
If the ox shall push a manservant or a maidservant, he shall give unto their master 30 shekels of silver, and the ox shall be stoned.
See, if he go on somebody else's maidservant, they out there, you have to pay for that. Any wounds that they tear flesh open, you have to pay for that. That's your responsibility.
Yes, sir.
And especially if it kills somebody. Y'all see all the different ways we've been talking about kill? He's saying, yes, you shouldn't kill. If you follow these rules, then there should be no killing. But sometimes it will be if war comes up. Because he tell you to defend your territory.
That's right.
Go ahead, let's get some more.
Verse 33.
Yeah.
And if a man shall open a pit, or if a man shall dig a pit, and not cover it, and an ox or an ass fall therein, the owner of the pit shall make it good.
What shall he do?
He shall make it good, and give money unto the owner of them, and the dead beast shall be his.
See, so basically you just bought that.
That's
Right.
That's your ox in that hole. You put that and didn't put no wood over it. That's your ox now, with 3 broke legs down in that pit. He ain't ready to plow nothing. Yeah, that ox gonna be idle.
Fill that hole in.
Go ahead. Yeah.
That ox dead.
Go ahead.
He'll be dead within an hour.
Go ahead, bro.
Verse 35.
Yeah.
And if one man's ox hurt another's, that he die, then they shall sell the live ox, and divide the money of it. And the dead ox also they shall divide. Or if it be known that the ox hath used to push in time past.
Y'all see, it's a repeated offense. That's why I keep saying time past. You ain't corrected an issue. And how an individual say God is unfair when he keeps telling you correct that bad behavior.
Right.
Correct that bad behavior. But you say, I'll correct it when I feel like it. Let's get some more.
And his owner hath not kept him in, he shall surely pay ox for ox, and the dead shall be his own.
Y'all see how if we had these responsibilities there, a lot of this would cut out.
Yes, sir.
It will cut out immediately
Yes, sir.
about behavior. Where we at now? Let's get
Revelation.
Yeah, so y'all, that's what we went through as far as killing. Y'all see how we went over the statute, thou shalt not kill. Kill goes through animals, it goes through cars, it goes through unawares. You know what I'm saying? So, like, unawares, so if a wolf come into the knowing, what you call him?
Say it again.
Werewolf.
Yeah. A werewolf. He's aware.
You got jokes.
another B-52 bomb over
Yeah.
there.
Thank you, Ben. You was quick on that, Ben. Yeah, go ahead. Where we at?
We're in the book of Revelation, chapter 12.
And now, y'all, we're going to get to the point of what caused war and the beginning of it. So, y'all be able to now, since we got the laws, statutes, and precepts, now we get to go into who started this. And it wasn't the Most High.
Right.
It was an individual that started this way before planet Earth was even thought about. Let's get it. And we're talking about Lucifer, Satan, and the devil.
That old serpent.
And the men who fight for him and blame the Bible, these are his disciples. They're his disciples. Because ain't no head above the serpent. Who you gonna blame tempted Satan? Who can you say? And Zach's fan, the evil demon, put the thought in Satan's mind. No. Ezekiel 28 tells us that pride was found within him. Because of how beautiful he was. He like, my sugar honey iced tea don't stink. I'll see how fine I am. Go ahead, what else you say, bro?
The book of Revelation, chapter 12 and verse 1.
Right?
And there appeared a great wonder in heaven. A woman clothed with the sun, and the moon under her feet.
That's right.
And upon her head a crown of 12 stars. And she being with child cried, travailing in birth, and pain to be delivered.
Yes, sir.
And there appeared another wonder in heaven. And behold, a great red dragon, having 7 heads and 10 horns, and 7 crowns upon his head. And his tail drew the 3rd part of the stars of heaven, and did cast them to the earth. And the dragon stood before the woman, which was ready to be delivered, for to devour her child as soon as it was born. And she brought forth a man-child, who was to rule all nations with a rod of iron. And her child was caught up unto Yah, and to his throne.
Yes, sir. And
the woman fled into the wilderness, where she had a place prepared of Yahweh, that they should feed her there 1,260 days.
And y'all see how this is jumped into the future, about the past, about the Garden of Eden. It's still dealing with the Garden of Eden. She's having pain during childbirth. That was the curse in Genesis 3:16. You see how it's still going to the future, say, this is what's going to correct the garden. But there's going to be a war about this because Satan ain't going to like it. He's saying he's been trumped by a dirt man. So he drew a 3rd part of the stars with him, which are angels, the fallen angels, 1/3 of them. So that means there's a whole number of angels, right? If you got 1/3, then there's 2/3 left, right?
Yes, sir.
We don't know that number. That number could be far reaching for whatever we think, but everything is complete in the whole. So notice this, and it's about Israel. And I'm just thinking as a man, don't say Daniel Solomon, say he's some prophet or some great one. If 1/3 of them are missing and it's talking about Israel, and 2/3 of Israel destroyed, 1/3 is making it. Does that fill the void and make it whole again? Just a thought, y'all.
Right.
Just a
So
thought.
that's deep, though. That's
Yes,
deep,
sir.
though.
Let's get some more.
Verse 7.
Yeah.
And there was war in heaven.
What was the war at?
In heaven. Michal and his angels fought against the dragon, and the dragon fought, and his angels.
So how are you trying to teach people this war that these Palestinians and Edomites is something you ain't discussing the war that was in heaven?
Come on, brother.
Way before earth was even formed, you concentrating on this right here. You don't go back to the beginning. Notice these people that do that will never, ever go back to the beginning of the scripture. Ever go back to the beginning. Because they don't want you to see the beginning. They want you to stay in the middle where I can keep it muddy. And you never find out what's going on here. Go ahead, what else to say?
Verse 8.
Yeah.
And prevailed not.
What did they do?
Prevailed not. Neither was their place found any more in heaven. And the great dragon was cast out, that old serpent.
That old who?
That old serpent called the devil.
Called the devil. Go ahead.
And Satan.
And Satan, the adversary. Go ahead.
Which deceiveth the whole world. He was cast out into the earth. And his angels were cast out with him. And I heard a loud voice saying in heaven, now is come salvation and strength and the kingdom of our Elohim.
Yes, sir.
And the power of his Hamashiach. For the accuser of our brethren.
What is he called?
The accuser of our brethren is cast down, which accused them before our Elohim day and night.
Yes, sir.
And they overcame him by the blood of the Lamb.
How they overcome?
By the blood of the Lamb. And by the word of their testimony. And they loved not their lives unto the death.
So we get back to verse 11 when it say which accused them before the death. That means Satan can't get free cases.
Right.
If he accused you, he accusing you of law breaking.
Right.
The devil know the laws. He was in heaven. He knew them before anybody on earth ever thought about them. He know the laws backwards and forwards. That's why when he had the Messiah on the high mountain in Matthew 4, he said, as it is written, if you throw yourself off the cliff, the Messiah respond back with the written word. I can't tell him, God.
Right.
You ain't ate in 40 days and 40 nights. I know you're hungry. Command this stone to be bread as is written. Man shall not what? You see how you have to combat Satan with the word because he knows it. So when we really get into it, did he lie to Eve? Well, we're going to come back to that one. We're going to run John first and then we're going to ask again. Let's get where we at? Let's get John 8, 42 through 47. And then we're going to jump to Genesis 3. We're going to hit Cain, y'all. We ain't got long. We're going to get on out of here. But y'all, this is what the question asked. He deceived, but did he lie about God? Right. See, this is what we got to make sure because, see, you can't blame the devil. Right. The devil made me do it. You can't lie on the devil.
Right. He just gave an alternative thought.
Right. The devil say he come for your lust.
Right.
And she saw a tree wanting to be desired. She's lusting.
Desire.
Desire. So deception is desirable.
Didn't you say in Isaiah 30 and 10, prophesy not unto us right things?
Yes, sir.
Prophesy deceit.
Look.
Prophesy deceit.
If you can get $100 worth of food stamps for $20, that's a good deal, but you taking a chance at the register. You know it. If it's a good deal, if you get out of there, you say, ooh, that was a good deal.
You won't know.
But if they start pushing buttons and tell you, sir, can you just hold up a minute, there's a problem with the cash.
Oh, that's all right. That's all right.
I didn't need
You leaving the card and
everything.
I didn't need that.
Yeah.
You told me I don't need it. I'm gone. You can keep it.
John 8:42, y'all. Who got that? You got it? Oh, good.
You good? John chapter 8, verse 42.
Yes, sir.
Yahweh said unto them, if Yahweh were your father, ye would love me, for I proceeded forth and came from Yahweh.
He talking about the Pharisees and the Sadducees, rogue Israelites. Go ahead.
Neither came I of myself, but he sent me. Why do ye not understand my speech?
Right.
Even because ye cannot hear my words. Ye are of your father the devil.
What are they are?
Ye are of the father, your father the devil. And the lust of your father ye will do. He was a murderer from the beginning.
He was a murderer from the beginning of time because he conned a third of the angels and they got the death penalty. See, you have to be careful when you tell people not to do God's law or violate them. You become a murderer.
Yes, sir.
You're actually shedding innocent blood.
Yes, sir.
Right.
And you're playing around with kill.
Yes, sir.
And you're killing individual souls and they don't have no recourse to go back to because you done told them their safety zone is tainted.
Yes, right.
Go ahead, what else to say?
He was a murderer from the beginning, and abode not in the truth.
And abode not in what?
In the truth.
If you tell somebody God's law is tampered with, you're not abiding in the truth. Let's get some more.
Because there is no truth in him. When he speak a lie.
When he do what?
When he speak a lie. He speaketh of his own.
That's his own lie. He can't make the Bible a lie. The Bible is true. That's his own words. He switched the narrative on you. The Bible don't say what he said. That's his own lie. He has you to get you to buy into his lie. See, because you can't accuse him because he's not going to come with a free case. See, these Negroes that teach you that don't deal with the law, the Bible tells with Satan don't even do that.
Right.
See, this is how he know he got them as disciples, because he got them doing something he wouldn't even do. Let's get some more.
I mean, you look at him like.
Read that again.
When he speaketh a lie, he speaketh of his own. For he is a liar and the father of it. And because I tell you the truth, ye believe me not. Which of you convinceth me of sin? And if I say the truth, why do ye not believe me? He that is of Yahweh heareth Yahweh's word. Ye therefore hear them not, because ye are not of Yahweh.
You can't hear his word. You're hearing the devil tell you, find faults in the Bible. But he don't find a fault in the Bible. He's telling you that from his own self. Most of us tell you, yeah, I know it tell you can eat meat, but I'm telling you, meat ain't good for you. Y'all understand what I'm saying? Even though Leviticus 11, Deuteronomy 14 say that, they say, I don't think you should be eating that. That ain't good for you. It says in here, the Messiah say garlic is good for you. These individuals say garlic ain't no good for you. Because I say, I'm a master in what I'm doing. Y'all understand what I'm saying? When you hear that, get away from them individuals immediately. Because they're speaking a lie of their own. Ain't nobody sent them to tell that lie.
Right.
Like these same individuals that claim they casting out demons. Well, if you got a whole nother doctrine, how were you casting them out? You said it was by this. So either you were lying then, or you're lying now, or you've been lying both times. And your father is the father of lies. That's where you got it from, how to lie like that. Because you ain't getting it from here. Now let's go to that Genesis 3. That's why I asked, did he lie on God? Or did they believe his lie?
They believed his lie.
What you said.
He just gave her another narrative.
He just gave her another narrative, and we're going to get to right Genesis, I need right where he said that when he asked, what did God tell you? Notice how the devil do. He always asks you, what did God say to you first?
Right.
Then he makes his move. Like people used to do us. Y'all can't come out. No, my mama said we can't come out till she get home from work. Well, your mama don't never want y'all to have fun. They playing ball and they throwing the football and kids is we have it's fun hollering. I'm laughing. Your mama ain't no fun.
Your mama ain't
And because of that lie, you come outside.
sneak outside.
And they say, well, she get home till 4 o'clock anyway. Well, she get off early that day.
You just stepped out of your zone of refuge.
Look here, when you laughing and having that fun, laughing, throwing the football, guess who's getting out the cab?
Yeah.
Boys truck.
The revenger.
Yeah, look, who told you to come outside? What did I tell you? Don't come outside till I get work. Well, why did you come outside? He tricked me. He got, who is he? That tricked you.
Right.
So he's your parent. He feeds you and take care of you and clothes you.
Yeah, you left with that Paul.
Exactly.
Let's get that Genesis 3.
Turn
Yeah.
around and get on up those steps.
Genesis chapter 3, verse 1. Now the serpent was more subtle than any beast of the field which the Lord God had made.
See, y'all, and this is why we said it's a 70-year course. This is probably the 10,000th time we went over Genesis 3. But it fits for this narrative that we're dealing with now, so we have to use it again for this narrative. You can't read it one time and think you're done because it applies to different events. And this is on the supernatural level now. That is saying, we're at a supernatural level trying to break this down for you. Go ahead, what does it say?
And he said unto the woman,
Yeah.
Yeah, as God said, ye shall not eat of every tree of the garden.
Now notice what he said. Can you eat of every tree of the garden? Now she was not without knowledge or without understanding. It's just like your parents. How did she answer, bro?
And the woman said unto the serpent, we may eat of the fruit of the trees of the garden.
So that killed what he asked her right there. He asked, can you eat? She said, we may eat of the fruits of the trees of the garden. So she's explaining to him what's allowable.
Right.
Let's get some more.
But of the fruit of the tree which is in the midst of the garden,
Uh-huh.
Yah has said, ye shall not eat of it, neither shall ye touch it, lest ye die.
Least you die. If you touch it, if you eat of it, you touch it, it's death penalty. You're going to eat doctrine from another God. You're going to be a dead man walking.
Yes, sir.
If you do that. If you eat from that tree in the midst of the garden, you're dead man walking. Let's get some more.
And the serpent said unto the woman, ye shall not surely die,
Uh-huh.
for Yah doth know that in the day ye eat thereof, then your eyes shall be opened, and ye shall be as gods, knowing good and evil.
See, that was his lie. He tells a lie of his own. He's saying the only reason he don't want you to know that is because you're going to be like him. And what he's really saying is, I want you to be like me. I want you to think you God like I did, and I'm down here punished. So I need you to be punished. I need to start with you
Misery loves
because
company.
you're not going to be able to fix that problem that I caused up in the heavens. I need you right here to throw a monkey wrench in that at the beginning of the recovery program. And he did a good job at it. He threw a monkey wrench right in there with her. He just said, surely you're not going to die. He's supernatural. He's saying, look, I got the death sentence. Am I alive and breathing? So surely I ain't died. He killed me. I'm still alive. Look at this now. You better look and see. Look at this place.
Walking dead.
Yeah, but you
Right,
were walking
right.
dead. So just for an instant, she thought,
Walking dead.
you mean to tell me I can be a God too? Both of us, me and my husband, we can be gods? He's like, you're looking at living proof, baby.
All he gave him was doubt.
Doubt.
That's all he just needs
Plant that
a
seed.
sliver of doubt.
Right.
Because that's what Hebrews 3 said, they could not enter into his rest because of doubt.
Of doubt. And the same way, she doubted the commandments of God that he was going to elevate them.
Right.
They were already gods because they were born immortal.
Right.
Yes,
He
sir.
reversed it on them.
Hallelujah.
Now he got them in corruptible flesh and they got to face eternal death. Unless they repent. See what he did to him? He didn't trick them with God's word.
No.
Those were his lies. His lies are of his own.
Yes,
He
sir.
made that up. God don't want you to know you're going to be a God. The Most High ain't never told him that. The only reason I ain't told y'all about the tree in the midst because I don't want y'all to be God. Where is that written? The Most High ever said that?
But
He did. That was his lie to
Right.
get them like that.
Who created gods on earth.
And what people tell us, man, your mama ain't going to care about you coming out sitting on the porch.
You mean she ain't really tell me that for no reason?
Man, come on, man. What mama tell somebody they can't come out, make them stay in the house in summertime till they get off of work?
You know what, you got a point.
Just a part of the house.
Boy, look, they just don't want you to have no
Right
fun.
now,
That's his lie. They don't want you to have no fun. Well, guess what? When they get home, when you broke their command, what happened?
Fun is over.
Your fun is taken away. I tell you what, get up there in your room and don't come out. Don't ask to go this weekend when we go to the go-kart track.
Oh.
Your fun is over. The fun you had out here with Do Dirty now, that's all the fun you gonna get.
didn't Christ say, verily they have their reward?
Verily they
it.
have their
That's it.
reward.
He said, leave them alone, for verily they have their reward.
So
They
y'all
already enjoying it.
understand this, the reason that the Most High didn't allow them to blame the devil. Look, and Eve never blamed him. She said, he tricked me. See, when that's still a level of, I'm taking responsibility. He tricked me. He was good. He tricked me. He deceived me. That was good. And we got deceivers out here today, y'all. All you have to do is listen to God's word because that's what the devil gonna ask you. What your God tell you to do? Oh, you got to be kidding me. You really think he mean that? And there you go, doubting that quick. And that's all he need to get his deception in. You know your God. You know your God is true. How you gonna let somebody tell you your God is a suspected murderer? He kills innocent children. And you'll go to the book of Judges and don't know that king had stopped Isaac and was after Rebekah. This payback. Eye for an eye. And you're going to make it sound like the Most High just decided to give it. Then you need to be on your mama or whoever. Do the same thing about Sodom and Gomorrah then. Because that same scenario you give it is the same scenario. It's Benjamites want to rape men.
Yeah.
That's the same thing happening in Sodom. How you ain't making the same case? It's the same crime.
Right.
But you ain't going to tell them that. you gonna have them think, yeah, our God ain't no good. And then you gonna call on a no good God in a time of trouble? Is that crazy?
Crazy.
If your God ain't good, that means you ain't no good.
You ain't gonna do it. That's what he really telling you. That's what he really telling you. You ain't worth sugar, honey, iced tea. Y'all do the letters. Go ahead, where we at?
Acronym.
Verse 6.
Yeah.
And when the woman saw that the tree was good for food, and that it was pleasant to the eye, and a tree to be desired.
What was it, a tree?
A tree to be desired to make one wise. She took of the fruit thereof, and did eat, and gave also unto her husband with her, and he did eat.
And so all of them got punished for every role that they played in here. The woman got punished for her role. Adam got punished for his role. He said, the woman you gave me, she gave me the tree. He said, what did I tell you, man? Come on now. You gonna put this on your woman? What I tell you? You were supposed to tell her, don't listen to that foolishness. That's the devil. And it would have been straight. He wouldn't have got that off.
And notice when it goes on down, it talks about how they covered themselves in aprons.
Yes, sir.
But then the Most High replaced their aprons with skins of animal skins.
Now, did
So they had different coverings.
Now let me ask you this, Lysa. Did they put the aprons up here?
No, they
Who
put
they
them
was eating?
over
That's
their
what
nose.
they was talking
Was
about.
they looking like Jesse James? Was they looking like
No.
Bonnie and Clyde of the garden?
No, they
They
cover
didn't
their
What
cover
they
their
cover up?
mouth. They didn't cover their mouth.
What they cover?
They loins.
So when he said, who told you naked? Now you understand that spiritually I was in fornication.
Right.
Both spiritually and physically. So now he says, I got to punish y'all for that, and I'm going to punish you in those areas. He punished the woman in those areas.
Right.
He didn't say, and thou shalt never have any front teeth. Thou shalt have the Leon the Sphinx look from here on out. No, it wasn't that, was it? If it was more eating the fruit lines, but where he punished him at?
At the loins.
At the loins, y'all.
And the loins is where your strength is.
Yeah,
Where your consciousness lies. That's where the covenant is.
yeah,
So it's where the consciousness lies for a man. It's where his strength is.
yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So when he says that they covered themselves, they tried to cover their shame.
Yeah. See,
And
that's
the
what
Most High
you
took
do. Yeah.
their covering and he covered them with law, statutes, and judgment.
Yes, sir. The
So
truth.
when he says he took away those aprons and covered them with animal skins, he's talking about he covered them with law, with statutes, with judgments which would govern them the rest of their days because they had forsaken their way.
Y'all feel what he's saying?
Yes,
See,
sir.
what he's saying is,
Yes, sir.
they put an apron on. Who wear aprons now and works free there?
Freemasons.
Who?
The Masons.
See, and they cover their sins with their aprons.
Right,
And call it light.
right.
Y'all understand? They have their whole set of rules. If you reveal this secret, we're gonna cut your tongue out.
Right.
If you do this, and they put that apron on.
And it says the apron.
The apron.
And if you notice on that apron, it has the all-seeing eye.
Yeah, dude.
So that's what Adam and Eve had covered themselves with. It was the wrong covering.
The
Because they had the
doctrine of
wrong understanding, the wrong doctrine in their consciousness.
being
So the Most High said, no, you got the wrong understanding
Yeah,
now.
yeah.
You're following the wrong understanding. I got to take that completely away from you and put you under my covering.
And what else
Like
he
in
do, like?
Ezekiel 16. He said he washed you clean and then he covered you.
Yeah.
With law, statutes, and judgment.
That's right.
So we have to understand that everything about Christ is about the consciousness of the law.
Yeah.
Getting it back into your consciousness in your heart.
Well, you
so
trust him.
that new law that he's talking about,
It's
it's
an
not
old
a new law, it's the old law.
Yeah.
It's the old law that Adam and Eve had. But they tried to cover it up with
Another
doctrine.
And that's
Most
what
High
these
said,
people
no, you
doing
can't
now.
use that doctrine.
With these books, they wearing the apron because those books that they producing, those men are Freemasons. They wearing the apron. And see, and then because we were born in supernatural flesh, now he's turned into corruptible flesh. Then he made coats of skin for them to handle the elements of outside the kingdom, because inside the kingdom there's no need for the sun or moon. It's temperature control. So now you get out of the Garden of Eden and you go out there where you gotta face the elements now. Now I have to make coats for you to wear because this can't take the elements anymore. And when you read in the book of Adam and Eve, he said when the sun rays first hit me, like, oh, what's that burning me? And the cold when it came, what's that, my toes, I can't feel them.
The wind.
Hey, goddamn.
So look,
Hit this Isaiah 30:1 real quick.
Go ahead,
Just real quick. This is Isaiah chapter 30, verse 1. Woe to the rebellious children, saith the Most High, that take counsel, but not of me.
Yes, sir.
And that cover with a covering.
What they do?
Cover with a covering, but not of my spirit.
Yeah.
That they may add sin to sin.
See, that's what they do. They start adding sin to sin with Freemasonry doctrine. Look, notice these men that talk about the law of God, just ask, is Satan the devil and is Freemasonry part of devil? They won't say a word. That's how you know they didn't already took an oath.
so look,
They won't say nothing about Baphomet or the devil. They'll blame God first. Before they even say the devil, I'm on the devil's doctrine, they'll blame the Most High. Y'all understand what I mean? What you got, Tom?
What scripture was that again?
Isaiah 30:1.
Yes, sir.
so look,
Jamal, what you got?
Freemasonry began in the Garden of Eden.
Technically, because it's the tree
That was
of
Masonic.
yeah, because they go back, they tell you who our God is. Albert Pike tell you. Look, don't he tell you? Yes, Lucifer is God,
He told them.
but also Adonai is God. Also, so y'all, we want to tell you right up front now, you playing, you double dipping now, you playing. So if you're going to ride with the devil, you better ride with him to the end, all the way to the lake of fire. But you're going to have a good life on this side. You're going to drive a fancy car. You're going to have any woman you want. Don't you want some women? Now you know what happened to you on Valentine's Day when you was in school. The only Valentine's Day card you got was from your mama. Now you can get all the Valentine's Day cards.
They can convince.
Boy, look good. Let's get some more, y'all. Where we at? Let's get right to it. Genesis 4. Because we're going to see the first murderer on earth, and you tell us it's Numbers 35 or anywhere we read if murder has changed. Because they'll try to run this on you. See, the laws and commandments are different. Precepts are different from commandments. Where you read that at? When you look up precept, it's called rule of law upon rule of law. There are two sets of laws that make this precept work. You can't have a rule of law over here and one back there. There must be rule upon law. Like we're going over statutes and judgment. Everything is hitting about killing. Rule of law upon rule of law. Deuteronomy, you go through Leviticus, then we went to Sirach. You understand? Rule of law upon rule of law. That's precept. Precept don't show me a tree and then say, see, there's a tree in the garden. And then you show, and then he had an apple tree in his backyard. That's what precept is. Don't work like that, bro. Let's get some more. Where we at? Genesis 4 and 1. Y'all, we're going to speed this up, y'all.
Genesis chapter 4, verse 1.
Yes, sir.
And Adam knew Eve, his
Who did
wife.
Adam know?
Eve, his wife.
So is that, hey, you're Eve? Well, I'm Adam. Was it that kind of know?
How do you do?
Go ahead. What kind of know was it? What did it say Eve did?
And she conceived.
See, conceive means to make pregnant. Y'all understand? So he made her pregnant. Let's read some more.
And bare Cain.
And what they do?
Bare Cain. And said, I have gotten a man from the Most High.
So look here. She said, I got a man from the Most High. But that was Adam's son. See, because the Most High say, a rotten tree can't bring forth good fruit.
That's right.
If it was Satan's son, he would have never told him, if you do good, you'll be spared.
That's right.
See, he wouldn't have spared him. You out, bro? Yeah. Okay, be careful out there.
Some people pushing that out here though.
I know it's the Sherry Shriner's doctrine, the serpent doctrine. The only problem, you can't get Cain on the ark. Unless you make him a beast. But then you're going to need 2 male and 2 female Cainites to get on the ark. Then they're going to put 12 people on the ark. And it says, hey, shalom, y'all. Y'all understand what I'm saying? Yes, so there's certain things that won't allow for that. You say, well, I can't use that doctrine because it is. And the bottom line, it clearly here said Cain was Adam's son. Right. And let's read some more and you'll see how God dealt with Adam's son. Let's read some more.
And she again bare his brother Abel. And Abel was a keeper of sheep, but Cain was a tiller of the ground. And in process of time, it came to pass that Cain brought of the fruit of the ground an offering unto the Most High. And Abel, he also brought of the firstlings of his flock and of the fat thereof. And the Lord and the Most High had respect unto Abel and to his offering. But unto Cain and to his offering he had not respect. And Cain was very wroth, and his countenance failed.
Yeah.
And the Most High said unto Cain, why art thou wroth? And why is thy countenance fallen?
You see how the Most High just asked you straight to your
What's
face?
wrong?
Right to your face. What's the matter with you? What's wrong with you like our parents do? What the hell wrong with you? Why you got your mouth twisted up? Nothing. There's something wrong. That's the wrong kind of nothing.
Right.
Go ahead. What else it say, like?
If thou doest well.
If thou do what?
Doest well. Shalt thou not be accepted?
Right.
And if thou doest not well, sin lieth at the door. And unto thee shall be his desire, and thou shalt rule over him.
See, y'all see what that's clearly saying? It's saying if you decide to go your own way, you got your desire. Verily you have your reward. That's all you got coming. If sneaking out on the porch while I'm at work, you put that over what we got planned for the future. Cause see, when we get through coming from the go-kart track, then Big Mama and them supposed to be over here, and they got some presents for y'all too. And then Uncle Junior and them say y'all could go to them to Six Flags. All that to be on the front porch with do dirty now.
You'll give all that up.
Playing, you got games you shouldn't be playing anyway. Catch a girl, kiss a girl.
Spin the bottle.
Spin the bottle. You out there and you done gave up all this for spinning the bottle.
Yeah.
And the bottom ain't even laying though.
But look out.
Ain't never laying on.
Let's hit some more. Go ahead. 9. No, 8. 8, you at 8.
Okay. And Cain talked with Abel his brother. And it came to pass, when they were in the field, that Cain rose up against Abel his brother and slew him.
So now we get back into that Leviticus and that Numbers 35. Y'all see what he's saying? He laid in wait. He talked him, coaxed him out of the way of everybody, and bust his head down past the white meat. Go ahead, whatever.
And also, if you go into the book of Joseph, because remember we were always trying to figure out what it was about Cain and his offering. One, we knew that he brought of the most inferior of the fruit, and not the firstling.
Right.
But if you go into the book of Josephus Josephus go in very much more detail about what Cain did, because see, remember in the curses of Genesis chapter 3, the Most High not only cursed the 3 players, he also cursed the land.
Yes, he did.
He cursed the earth.
Yeah, he did.
That it would not produce fruit.
Yeah.
But thorns and thistles. Well, what Cain did, Cain forced the ground.
Yeah.
To produce fruit.
Yeah. Out of season.
Out of season. So that's why the Most High says you can only form in the earth 6 years, and the 7th year must give it rest.
Yes,
You got to
sir.
give it rest.
I'll be telling people that too. Come on.
So the Most High, Josephus said that one of the things Cain did was force the ground to produce fruit against the will of the Most High.
Breaking law.
So he was already in the mindset, in the consciousness of breaking law, forcing the hand of Elohim, or attempting to force, tempting the Most High.
Yes.
So he was always tempted.
Yes.
So he was
want to go his own way.
right. So he was always out there. That's why Satan is considered his father.
Yeah.
Because he followed the instructions and the doctrines of Satan, and not the doctrine of Abraham. Of Adam.
Do as thou wilt.
Right. So he started the do as thou wilt campaign.
Yes, sir.
And look, Saul did when he talking about the righteous offering and an unrighteous offering. Saul, when they took that king and they took all the cattle and everything, the Most High said, sacrifice to me with your cattle.
Yes.
I don't know what's going on with these cattle.
Right.
Saul saved his cattle and said, well, we're going to kill him anyway.
Right.
Might as well take them cattle we got. He said, I didn't tell you to do that. See, why you playing me, Saul? You keep playing with me.
Because they were sacrificing to devils.
Yeah, man.
And so, like the Most High said, the Gentiles sacrifice unto devils,
Yeah.
not unto God.
How you gonna bring that sacrifice up to me of what? That's the upcoming for y'all. Don't give me what I produce now. I'm asking you to give me from you.
Yeah,
I told you go get one of yours
that's right. The best.
and sacrifice to me. I know yours is good.
Come on.
But you gonna bring from this rogue nation and bring and throw that on the altar and keep yours?
Right.
What you got right there? See, we got a rope.
Yeah, he had the king too, then.
Huh?
Yeah,
And he didn't kill him like he told him to kill the king too. He said you gotta put him down. He behind the door. He behind the door. I know you don't really mean that we cool. He like, your partner is no good. Your partner rides side by side with you and he's no good. Now who you gonna believe, me or your partner? Did your partner tell you where he got your shoes from that he wearing? That's your partner now. Did your partner tell you this? How he know? No, I ain't gonna get into that.
That's buddy hustling.
Yeah, what we
Man, buddy hustling.
Buddy hustling, that's what I'm talking about. You know the terms of it. Where we at? Did we finish that? Verse 9. Let's finish this, y'all. We gotta move on real quickly, y'all. We got about 32 minutes.
And the Most High said unto Cain,
Yeah.
where is Abel thy brother?
Uh-huh.
And he said, I know not. Am I my brother's keeper?
Now he a liar and a murderer,
Yep.
just like the spirit of his
Daddy.
daddy, because that's who he listening to. Go ahead, what else to say?
And he said, what hast thou done? The voice of thy brother's blood cried out unto me from the ground.
Uh-huh.
And now art thou cursed from the earth, which hath opened her mouth to receive thy brother's blood from thy hand.
Uh-huh.
When thou tillest the ground, it shall not henceforth yield unto thee her strength.
See,
So
this is what Elijah
we
was talking about. Since you like to play games, all your food gonna come up with worms in it. That's your diet now. Apple with a worm in it. Let's get some more. What else to say?
A fugitive and a vagabond shalt thou be in the earth.
So that's the mark of Cain, a fugitive and a vagabond. See, a mark is just not like somebody branded on so somebody, see, you cover that up. But a fugitive and a vagabond is somebody moving from house to house and always doing this. You
That's
go
what
in the
they call
restaurant
ball
trying to
rolls.
eat, and there go America Most Wanted, come on. Now you got to do this while you get to think, damn.
But remember, they thought that's what Paul was.
I see you, my
Yeah.
They thought that's
Paul
what
was a murderer because of
Because he
things was happening to him.
Yeah.
But they looked again and said, wait a minute, a murderer couldn't get escaped like this. This is a whole different guy. Acts 28 he's speaking of.
Yeah.
When he was shipwrecked and then a viper bit him and then he shook it off and the fire and he gave them gift. They're like, no, this man, and they changed from the devil to this man is a God. He like, no, y'all going too far. I just got the protection of the Lord on me. Don't take me up that high. Come on now, y'all cut that out. Y'all can have the same thing. This is preternatural. This is as far as it going in this flesh. I can't get to supernatural until I'm dead. So I'll be raised supernaturally to everlasting life, or I'll be raised supernaturally to everlasting damnation. Whether the worm dies not. See, this worm will die. If you throw something in the trash can and the heat get you see the worms come out, you go back and look at that later, the worms are dead on that meat. But in the lake of fire, they never die. They just keep crawling. Just keep crawling. When you think you got some relief, one come out of your nose. Out of your ears, just like the flies in the pestilence in Egypt. When we were sitting back in Goshen like this, flies was in their nose. You think Sally Struthers or Archie Bunker daughter be crying for them African children? She really would have been crying in Egypt. Flies was everywhere. All in their secret parts.
Walking on their eyeballs.
Boy, look here. Boy, look here.
They ain't even blinking.
Boy, ain't even blinking. Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead, brother.
Verse
13.
13. And Cain said unto the Most High, my punishment is greater than I can bear.
He like, Lord, this heavy punishment you done put on me. Go ahead.
Behold, thou hast driven me out this day from the face of the earth, and from thy face shall I be hid. And I shall be a fugitive and a vagabond in the earth. And it shall come to pass that everyone that findeth me shall slay me.
So the revenger of blood, Numbers 35, we talking about what he talking about now. I need an escape route. I need somewhere till you judge me. Because anybody here that I kill my brother, they gonna get me. Just like we hear today, you hear brothers kill one another, boy, we be like, man, they ain't got no home training. He killed his own brother. Let's get some more. What else to say?
And the Most High said unto him, therefore, whosoever slayeth Cain, vengeance shall be taken on him sevenfold. The Most High set a mark upon Cain, lest any finding him should kill him. And Cain went out from the presence of the Most High, and dwelt in the land of Nod, on the east of Eden.
On the east of Eden. And then next verse say Cain knew his wife. Where he get his wife from? He left people on the earth before. Remember the curse of Eve? And she was going to have multiple conceptions. What is multiple conception? That means made pregnant twice, so it's twin. He took his sister with him. Because at that point, brothers could mate with their sister because sin was at a almost minimal or no level at all. But never ever a father on daughter or a mother on son. But brothers and sisters, they can't. Because, and then you build on up and you separate, but never the father can get involved. Because that's what happened with Lot. It changed the whole nation. His daughters got him drunk, slept with him. That created a whole new nation. The Most High didn't wipe them off. He just said, y'all can't come into this fold for 10 generations. We got to get that evil out of your children in that generation before we let you in. You got to get that because y'all start practicing that. Y'all start practicing on the level that it can't be practiced. That's why any old people that have children is because like Abraham and Sarah, they were actually wiped clean and their organs were made new again. So the child came out free of any of sin from either one of them like that, but they had to be proven through law. You're going to only see that under these circumstances. You will never see father on daughter or mother on son. It's not permitted ever in the Bible. Ever, not even from the beginning. You never see Cain and Adam had his daughter or Eve had her son. That came from Egyptology. That God teach that. Yep. That Osiris was working his mama pretty good. And see, and that's where the term MF come from. See, but we had a law. A man shall not uncover his father's nakedness. That's your mother. You can't uncover his nakedness. That's you're having sex. That's what the term mother for unlawful carnal knowledge. F-U-C-K. For unlawful carnal knowledge. E-R on the end. You black mother. You ugly mother. But see, it's talking about the worst crime you could be called. A ugly MF. The man that lieth with his father's right. Reuben laid with Bilhah, his little brother's mama, and that dropped him down the birthright list in Genesis 49. Then go to Simeon and Levi, and they killed Shechem because he got circumcised, and then they killed him. So it's like we brought him into the covenant and killed him. See, and this is what I'm talking about, the Negroes talking about killing. The Most High punished Levi and Simeon for that. Yes, even though they raped down and it was made, he paid a fee for that. Yeah. I'm going to straighten it out. I'm going to marry her for life, which these Negroes don't do. They don't have no marriage ceremony. They don't even know who the parents are of the woman they say is their wife. Don't know her last name, don't know nothing, ain't had no wedding ceremony. They say sex is marriage. So there can be no whores under that doctrine. If sex is marriage, there cannot be a whore. But you don't know who people's relatives are? That's called a one-night stand.
Then marriage is quick, huh?
Boy, look here. No honeymoon. And then you got a Negro out here got volume 2 of this foolishness coming out. Boy, look here.
I ain't seen volume 1 yet.
Boy, you don't need to see it.
I'm just saying.
1 John 3:11. Then we're going to hit John 10:10. Y'all going to run these stealing commandments because the devil come to do what? So we're dealing with those 2 commandments that he come at you from different perspectives, different ways. Look, why would you buy a pit bull that somebody been feeding gunpowder to? You ain't gonna be able to look. He attacked dogs just like Elijah. Well, Elijah dogs is trained; they know who to attack. Right. You give a pit bull some gunpowder, he attack you and your children because you're damaging his brain cells.
That nigga crazy.
He crazy. Yeah.
I was in a barber shop years ago, and this guy used to fight with pit bulls, and he kept it in the trunk.
Kept it in the trunk.
Yep. And I popped it in the trunk. The dog came and they just went crazy. Every time he think come out the trunk, he think
They come in to fight.
He put you in the trunk, you gonna come out.
Boy, look here. And that's what we're talking about versus the responsibility of training a pet.
oh, that's crazy. Yeah.
You make them tough with additives.
Yeah.
Trunk training.
And you wonder why he called that dog Drano.
They gonna be calling them dead old.
Boy, look here. Pouring that in his elbow. This gonna unclog him and make him mean as hell. What you got these
He
motherfuckers?
already mean because he them cheap ass apples.
Yes, go hard. Go ahead.
Hamas children.
What?
In order to, that drugs, what is it called, Adderall?
Adderall.
In order to handle the situation, what's going on.
Well, like I say, they're trying to justify their wickedness. See, the bottom line, they did what they did. They're supposed to be a city of refuge. You can't be judge, jury in there because they're going to kill all their hostages. And let's not, Hamas is playing dirty. They showed them with the babies. Did y'all see the front of the Daily Mail yesterday? They had the babies, one of them, they was rocking in the stroller trying to keep them quiet. But they showed them the babies, y'all see this, y'all know we cut heads off. Now y'all can run on up here if you want to, they gonna be the front. This child gonna be the first one y'all gonna kill. They got the babies, they showing them the babies. What does that do to a parent? Because we always heard, me and her heard our mother say, I'd rather know y'all dead than to know somebody got y'all kidnapped and don't know what they doing to y'all. How you think I'm asleep just thinking they just torturing y'all?
You can't sleep.
And one heathen said, I'm so glad my daughter, she was 6 years old, she's dead, so I know she's not in the hands of her mom. I know she's going on to a better place. You know, he'd rather had that to know she was confirmed dead than to see them pictures of Hamas holding your baby. What would y'all think, boy? Just think about that. Just think about that. You see them in the newspaper with your baby and you know you can't go up in there. Because they don't care about dying. They're wild men.
Yeah.
Anybody tie a dynamite vest to them is a wild man. We would draw straws in here to next year to see who's going to put on the dynamite vest and we come out like that. But the Lord don't tempt us with it. That's what's different. What you got there? Let me go, let me get LC and then we got to move on, y'all. Go ahead.
That's why our mom and daddy put us out. We said that they don't let the devil keep you while you're here, but I'll put y'all there where you is.
And don't your parents put you out when you don't obey their rules? You get out of here. Get out of here now.
Street, everybody was home.
And everybody here, you've been put out. And then you start going around people who can stay in the home, but they can't let you in. My mama said, we can't let you in because your mama put you out. Mama go sleep on y'all porch, and you will let them sleep on the porch till your mama say, is that dude dirty sleeping back there? Yeah, didn't I tell you I don't want, he got to go. Tonight is last night. And now he's a vagabond. He's wandering around because he don't want to keep the rules of the house.
Yep.
And any Negro doing the same thing with these scriptures is bouncing around from house to house. You can't find him. You can't locate him. You couldn't get to him if you say, I need some help. He'll show up here and there, but he's a harlot. He can't be touched physically for him to help you out in a time of need. Everything you can't catch up with him. Every now and then he show up with some foolishness. And you can look in his record, he done been put out. Let's get some more. And y'all, we understand that. Because they told us if you call her for stealing or to kill somebody, you might as well hang that phone up, don't call her. Mama. You think they'll put the house up? Put the house up for
Click
what?
up?
Yeah, you right. Click up. Let's get it, y'all. We gotta get caught up. We got these last few. 1 John 3:11.
1 John chapter 3 verse 11.
Yes, sir.
For this is the message that ye have heard from the beginning.
How long we hear it from, Elisha?
The beginning.
So y'all see once again how the Messiah say, if you just go back to the beginning, we'll fix every problem that we have. Every time we got questions, what she said, no, I don't want to hear from when that principal got to tell me what happened when the teacher called the principal on you. I need to know what she said to you or what you said to her.
Start from the
Start from the beginning. If we go back to the beginning, we always gonna get the understanding of the Most High. Shalom, Ma. Shalom. Y'all be careful out there. Go ahead, bro.
For this is the message that you heard from the beginning. That we should love one another.
What shall we do?
Love one another.
Ain't that been in the beginning?
Yes, sir.
And in the beginning, that didn't happen with Cain and Abel. Go ahead.
Not as Cain.
Not as who?
Cain, who was of that wicked one.
Who was he of?
That wicked one. And slew his brother.
And did what?
Slew his brother. And wherefore slew he him? Because his own works were evil.
Ooh.
And his brother's righteous. Marvel not, my brethren. If the world hate you, we know that we have passed from death unto life. Because we love the brethren. He that loveth not his brother abideth in death.
Abideth in death. And if you tell somebody the law of God is tampered with, you abiding in death, and you don't love your brother, you're a murderer.
That's it.
You a murderer. You plan on killing your brother because you're blocking the avenue to life.
Yes.
Go ahead, what you got, bro?
So you mean there's people on the earth that'll kill you because you're righteous?
Yes, sir.
Wicked.
Saul, before he was named Paul, look.
Because you're righteous.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. That's what he asks all the time. Do you hate me because I tell you the truth?
Right.
See, some people don't want to hear the truth. They'll try to find your fault before they hear the truth.
How you gonna see that coming? You can't see
You
that
can't
coming.
see it coming, but the Most High say your reward is in heaven for that.
That's it.
He just got rid of all your sins for you. Whatever you had on your jacket has been wiped away. Like Stephen was when Saul killed him, because he said, I see the son sitting on the right hand of the Father. He said, this Negro crazy. Put him to death. And he believing in the Messiah. Put him to death. Stephen was immediately brought up to the third level of heaven. He lost his life for righteousness' sake.
Right.
What you got over there, bro?
Isn't that referring to the woman's seed and the serpent's seed, how they will always be at war, and the seed of the woman will crush the head of the serpent?
Yes, sir. And see, this is what we talk about too. That's a very good point, because those rogue doctrine, those Pharisees say seed can't come from a woman. So you got to first get past this in Genesis to say, and the seed of the woman. It didn't say the seed of Adam. It said the seed of the woman. When a woman gets seed. See, this is how serious Genesis 3:16 is. You have to keep going back in it, because you can't use the seed can only come from the Father, and then you try to weasel around the seed of the woman. This is where they're saying the war is between her seed. Adam ain't even in this subject matter. They ain't even talking about Adam. The seed of the woman and the seed of the serpent. Now, if you say both are physical, then we have to have a true son of Satan on this earth, and he had to have been a giant. So first you got to start, if you believe Cain, you got to make Cain a giant. There's no other way. Evil is evil. The devil ain't going to have no right to see. No good fruit can come from a rotten tree, can it? Cain couldn't have been born normal if he was Satan's son. It's impossible. Just like the other angels that fell and got with women. Right. Evil. Cain was Adam's son. Yes, plain and simple, with the influence of the devil on him. That's the devil whispered, you firstborn, and they love this nigga more than you. If I was you, what I'd do, I'd bust his head with this stone. Don't read that number 35, because they're going to make you a murderer. Don't look at that. Get you that stone and bust that nigga head, and then they'll get the offering they've been looking for. Yeah, you right. See, so a lot of this, because if you make Cain the literal son of the devil, then you got to make Eve, that seed come from her, which was Christ. But it's just telling you, Christ's father won't be natural. His father is supernatural. So that's why the seed is on the woman. Just like the earth is the woman, and the seed was from the Almighty. So only Adam and the Messiah were true sons of God. We're the son of men.
Yes. Son of man.
That's why it says Ezekiel, son of man.
Yes, sir.
But son of God, 1 Corinthians 15:51 say, the only two sons of God hit this earth was Adam and the Messiah. Those are my sons because I birthed them supernaturally. They're my only begotten. This one from virgin earth, and this one from a virgin woman. Neither one of them had a natural daddy. If you say Joseph was his daddy, then who's Adam's daddy?
Right.
If it got to be natural, come on, let's quit playing around. Y'all understand what I'm saying? Yo, this ain't rocket science.
Simple.
It's science fact, not science fiction. What you got, bro? We gotta move on. Go
Try to
ahead.
use that Job, you know, when they say the sons of God appear before God. You know, they were talking about the angels of.
Oh yeah, what, Job 38th chapter, the stars of heaven, you know, those sons of God, but it breaks them down who they are. They are natural sons of God. This is what he wants you to understand. The sons of God came down and saw the daughters of men.
Right.
One righteous man taking anybody's woman. No, they're not sons of God. They're offspring of the devil following his teaching. And that's where we get all of this teaching of the devil, that you can have as many women as you want and you don't even have to work. What's the difference between that and what we call pimping?
No difference.
Just give me the fine lines in the difference.
Scripture says you are worse than an infidel.
You worse than an infidel. See, y'all, because that doctrine ain't there, that doctrine was in there. If a brother died and didn't have no children, then a man must take a wife.
Right.
If a man take him another wife, the first wife can't miss out on anything. You want to play this game, but then you got Negroes write his own book to write that out. Write it out of the picture. Abraham had more than one wife. What was Rebecca receiving when Eliezer went there? Who got gifts? She got bracelets. Her mama, brother, and father got gifts to let them know your daughter will be well taken care of. These are the gifts from my master. I just need you. He wants her to marry his son. Here's gifts. How you coming with nothing? But sunflower seeds and hard problems. And you always come in the darkness of hour. Not in daylight. Where you can say, I want this to be my wife. How is sex married and you don't know if she married her husband in the penitentiary? Yo, it's sickness. And then when you write a book other than the Bible, I'm going to explain what the Bible really meant. But Gideon must have had a bunch of wives because he had 70 sons. Well, when you go get to the part where one son killed all 69 of them.
That's not confusing.
Down, sir.
Right.
Boy, look here.
That's exactly what.
Let's get some more, y'all. What we at? We're going to speed this up. We got about 18 minutes and 47 seconds. Yeah. What we at? John 10:10.
Verse 13. Oh, well,
You finished that? Yeah. John 10:10. And y'all, what we wrapping up is why we chose these two laws, steal and kill, and you're going to see because of who we dealing with. If you fall for the okie doke, he got you. He done killed you. And then you spread that death on to somebody else, now you spread murder.
Yep.
Serious. Serious. No light things.
Gee, we'll start at verse 7.
John chapter 10, verse 7.
What it say?
Then said Yahweh unto them again, Verily, verily, I say unto you, I am the door of the sheep. All that ever came before me are thieves and robbers.
What are they?
Thieves and robbers. But the sheep did not hear them. I am the door. By me, if any man enter in, he shall be saved. And shall go in and out and find pasture.
Yes, sir.
The thief cometh not, but for to steal.
What he coming to do?
To steal. And to kill. And to destroy.
Now, we can look at various ways he does that. He can get you supernaturally to worship another God. That's going to kill you immediately. He can get you to go slay another man. That's going to get you killed. He'll have you do anything. He'll have you steal another man's woman. That's going to get you killed. K-I-L-T. It's going to get you killed. Let's get some more.
I am come that they might have life.
What does he come for?
That they might have life. And that they might have it more abundantly.
Yes, sir.
I am the good shepherd. The good shepherd giveth his life for the sheep. But he that is an hireling.
What is he?
An hireling. And not the shepherd, whose own the sheep are not, seeth the wolf coming, and leaveth the sheep, and fleeth. And the wolf catches them, and scattereth the sheep.
See, and this is why you can't find that teacher. We don't know where he lived at now. See, he's a hireling. Somebody give me a definition, a biblical definition of hireling real quick. Just so we get the understanding of a shepherd versus a hireling. A hireling, well, we'll let the definition go. What you got over there, LC?
It was a good one on the dark side when he showed that pastor baptized and the alligator showed up and he dropped the dude in the water.
Oh, yeah. But, see, that's the dangerous one, but they tempting God on that one. But what we're talking about is when you need him to break down scripture, he disappeared on you.
Right.
You get in trouble, he nowhere to be found. Our shepherd laid down his life for us. And this shepherd you think is a shepherd is telling you to violate the laws of God. He's a hireling. He don't care if you live or die.
Like Richard Pryor and Car Wash.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What it say, bro? Hireling.
In the Zondervan's Pictorial Bible Dictionary,
Yes, sir.
the definition of hireling is a laborer who works for his wages. He was ordinarily to be paid at once. In his day, thou shalt give him his hire. The parable of the 11th hour laborers, but service might be for a longer time, as when Jacob worked 7 years for each of his wives, and 6 years for his flocks and herds, all of which were his hire. And then there's another one, a hireling.
And that's what we're talking about, the hireling.
From outside Israel could not partake of the Passover. And that's all in hireling.
That's all in there. We'll give you the other definition for it because it'll tell you what a hireling is. You gotta get any other definition. It should say a hireling is one that don't protect the sheep.
Love ain't in it, he just working.
He just working. What it say? Give me hireling, y'all. It's right there.
I got one here on Google.
What it say?
It says a person who works purely for material reward.
What he work for?
Purely for material reward.
That's a hireling and he working off your back. He's not there to protect you. I'm not here for that. I'm here to get what I can get out of you. I'm gank master.
Right.
Oh.
Gank master. Lead you down the trail. You think I'm some great one, then I gank. And leave you to find your own way after that. Just like a Herodian, the same thing. But when Christ is saying this, he's saying, but he that is a hireling and not the shepherd whose own sheep are not, seeth the wolf coming and leaveth the sheep and fleeth. He don't stand there to fight with you. He get ghosts. What is it right there, bro?
Mine says a hireling, a person who works only for pay, especially in a menial or boring job with little or no concern for the value of the work.
See, little or no concern. He like, I'm not here to talk anything. Well, we ain't gonna march, we ain't gonna protest. I don't care about none of that. They say they paying, I'm here. But this is putting it in the perspective of he wants you to tell who got your back.
Right. They don't pay me for this.
Right, he said they don't pay me for this. So you get a good definition. What it say, sis?
In my strong concordance, 87916, the last one says mercenary.
Mercenary. So y'all, what we're talking about is they're not there with your concern. It's only for me. I'm here for the money. Go ahead.
This one says it refers strictly to John chapter 10.
Yeah.
It says a man hired to watch the sheep is not going to care as much for the sheep as the shepherd who owns them.
See, y'all understand what he just said? He like them his sheep. I don't really care about them.
Right, I'm just here for the chick.
See,
So it breaks down. It says in this case, Christ was referring to the Pharisees.
That's who he was referring to.
Addressing the Pharisees.
Because they didn't care about the sheep.
Because Christ said he's the good shepherd himself.
See, they worked the sheep over. It's like they use that 1 John 8 where they say he shall make you captains of 50, captains of 1,000. That's the king y'all wanted. Y'all wanted a hireling. He gonna run your men to ear his grind. They gonna be on the street teaching your doctrine while you sit back. He gonna ransack them all tables from y'all. He gonna make you call them high priests and chief priests, and they say he gonna take your women too.
Man of the king.
Because y'all want another king. That's a hireling. So men run to seduce of whole houses and he's a hireling. He don't care about y'all. He wouldn't care if what I just did broke up everything. I don't give a shit about that. I got out of it what I want. That was y'all fault that y'all fell for the okie doke.
Oh.
I didn't make y'all fall. If y'all had a study, y'all wouldn't have fell for the okie doke, which is true. But you led them on as a shepherd. And you told them I was going to be that good shepherd for you. And then I broke ranks and I disappeared on you.
Then hers it says the characteristics of a hireling. Hirelings always ask for money. They that were full have hired out themselves. And then it says hirelings build churches for money. Hirelings help around the church for money. Hirelings can easily become disloyal.
See, because it's all about money. It's like Judas Iscariot, he was a hireling.
You got the bigger bag?
You know, and the whole deal, y'all, this is all we talking about. Simon the sorcerer was a hireling. In Acts 5th chapter, he asked, how can I buy the Holy Spirit?
Right.
It didn't have no gift to heal people. He like, that'll take me to a whole nother level. I'm fooling them, but that really gonna get it.
It's all about money.
If y'all want to see this exactly, Jay-Z them got a movie coming out called The Book of Clarence. And you're going to see a hireling, and they're going to show you the Messiah. But how people going to chase the hireling with trickery. His boy going to pretend to be blind in the Book of Clarence. So he's showing you the hireling and the Messiah, and watch people run for the hireling. Y'all, this ain't hard. It's just we got to know who our shepherd is, who got our back. That hireling will never lay down his back for you. He won't even lay down for his own children. What you got, bro?
He said, war when they speak well, you say they did for the false prophet.
Yes, sir. Same thing, y'all. And they talk about Pharisees. Y'all know them because they dress up like Pharisees and they talk doctrine of their own. They make up doctrine. Ain't never in the Bible nowhere where women sit on one side of the room and men sit on the other. Where you reading that at in which manuscript ever? You can't cut a man and wife asunder. You can't never separate them under no circumstance, because you know what happened? They're going to say the women are going to the classes now, and you watch your woman walk into another room. You're like, who's teaching the class? Huh?
Dexter.
Yeah. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Dexter.
And you wonder what that bulge in his sock is. And you watch her go through there. Just like David Koresh took that man's wife. He walked his wife to his door, and David Koresh got her pregnant. And she wanted to show him the baby. You see him? He like, I don't really want to see that fast. And she like, you took me to the door of that house. And still to this day, that woman still believes that she had the baby for God. All you have to do is look it up. David Koresh, woman that had baby for him, still believe he's God and she's got the Son of God. How do you think this God is? And when he said, I am the shepherd, I unlock the 10 doors, and then he got to do like this. Hell, if he need a prescription to see the deep earth, how in the hell you believe this God, he need a prescription?
Can't even heal his own sight.
Yo, let's keep going.
He's blemished. Very much so.
Verse 13. The hireling fleeth because he is an hireling and cares not for the sheep.
This will explain it itself, so we don't have to go, because he don't care for the sheep. If you see an individual getting wore out and you know you can help deliver him, you be like, well, shit, that's on him. That's a hireling. Go ahead, what else to say?
I am the good shepherd and known my sheep. I am the good shepherd and know my sheep and am known of mine. As the Father knoweth me, even so know I the Father. And I lay down my life for the sheep.
Right.
And other sheep I have, which are not of this fold, them also I must bring, and they shall hear my voice, and there shall be one fold and one shepherd.
See, y'all, this ain't hard for us to understand who our shepherd is. See, they hate our shepherd because he laid down his life for them. But see, they want him to lay down his life for their transgressions. He didn't come and get me. No, I ain't gonna do it. Just like your parents told you, if you get caught for stealing or selling dope, don't call her. See, and our Father told us the same thing. Why you calling her like Saul went to the witch and Endor? You calling me from the devil's phone. I told you to contact me through prophets, dreams, or Urim and Thummim. What the hell is you doing? And you know, and where you at? You at the witch of Endors. And you calling me? Let's keep reading, y'all.
You on her phone?
Yeah, you on her phone trying to contact me. And it's the same thing these Negroes doing now with these strange books and new doctrine. And then they're getting the Bible trying to contact the Most High, and you on the devil's phone.
It ain't gonna work.
And you know they Freemasons. Where we at?
Verse 17.
We can hold that. Right, y'all, we're gonna have to do these still, and we're gonna have to run them one-liners. And we're just gonna hit our repent and close out. Eighth commandment, no, we'll run the Exodus 25th day one-liners. Exodus 20:15, Deuteronomy 5:19. We're gonna run Proverbs 6:30. We just gonna do a little bit of that. But what I want to do is, because stealing, when you don't do things in writing, it causes theft. See, when you don't look at them contracts and don't sign the right contract, the record company steal all your money from you. See, contract, everything written in writing, make sure nobody steals from you. Like when Abraham bought the plot of land before we ever went to Egypt, and he signed an agreement with them Hamites. And when Jacob and them got back to try to bury in the land, Esau met him. He like, man, we got paperwork on this.
You got a receipt?
Paperwork was 400 years old.
Went back and got the receipts. 400
years old paperwork. Some of us keep receipts. Nerve got to leave man receipts.
They ain't leave no more.
You keep them long enough. You keep them long enough till you sure you can get rid of them.
That's right.
You're supposed to hang on to your receipt. And notice a lot of times we so quick, and we in this microwave generation, they ask you at the you want your receipt? Hell yeah. But when you say no, you can keep it, the next thing now you fighting identity theft.
But it's true though, because with the music, before I was just putting music out, making it, just putting it out there, until I discovered somebody was claiming that they did a song that I made.
Yes, sir.
And then I had to fight to get my stuff on there. Now I do all my stuff the correct way.
Yes, sir. With that paperwork.
With that paperwork.
I tell y'all what, let's get Exodus 20:15 Deuteronomy. And we're just gonna hit some one-liners, and then I want to hit the paperwork. So we understand that even with marriage, there must be paperwork, or you could be stealing another man's wife. See, with paperwork and the witnesses and the government sign on, you know why? Because they go look back and see if there's more paperwork on this woman. And they give you 30 days. And when you divorce, they give you another 30 days before they let you out to make sure y'all get it right. Y'all need about 30 days, y'all gonna work this out. You know, in 30 days, if y'all ain't worked it out, we'll cut you off completely. Y'all two separate flesh now. But in the beginning, we need witnesses. We got to make sure you don't belong to another man. See, this even happened in Israel when Saul hated David so much. When David was on the run, he gave his first daughter that was Saul's wife to another man. David came back and got his wife. He said, player, this is my wife. And he loved her so much, he was crying, walking behind David. I love her too. He said, you better back up. You better back up. I told you. I'll come back to claim what's mine. Now you better take that little fun you had and run on off with it.
Right.
But you keep walking behind me, you know what happens.
Right. You paid 34 skins for
Boy,
that.
look here.
Huh?
Look here.
A hard job.
Boy, look here.
That's mine. I want
See,
that.
look. It was promised to me when I killed Goliath. You're talking about Samuel. When he killed Goliath, he was rewarded her. And then he give her to just a man. The man was taking care of her and he loved her, but shit, you loving that belonged to somebody else. You ain't got legal paperwork. Your paperwork is just from the hand of the king. What did I say? You want her or not? Yeah, I want her. Don't worry about David. He's no more. Y'all understand what I'm saying? But when Saul was no more, David come back for what was his.
That's right.
Let's get some more. Where we at? Exodus 20:15, Deuteronomy 5:19. Let's roll these, y'all. We're going to get on out of here.
Exodus chapter 20, verse 15.
What it say?
Thou shalt not steal.
See, that's the letter of the law. Now, we got so many forms of stealing, and sometimes there's men stealers. Let's run these. Deuteronomy 5:19. Let's get them. Let's keep rolling. What it say?
Neither shalt thou kill.
What you at? 5:19.
Neither shalt thou steal.
Right. See, it's just one line, and that's just a letter of the law. So we got two witnesses, but we don't have statutes and judgments to tell you what stealing means. There's various forms of stealing. It's not just taking something that don't belong to you. There's different avenues. You're technically doing it, but there's different ways to do it. Let's run these one-liners again. Leviticus 19:11. Yeah, and Exodus 21:16. We're going to run the quick Proverbs, and we're going to run the paperwork, and then we're going to show repentance, and we'll close out. We'll just read the last half of Revelation because they say they can make their own judgment to God. And I decide if I want to go to the lake of fire. Who's going to have that choice? I mean, who's going to take it? Yeah, I'm just so rotten. What are you basing, look, and what are you basing your rottenness on? Hold on, y'all. You got to have a set of laws that you call yourself, I ain't worth to go up this high. I'm going to say myself low. You still got to have a set of rules, don't you?
Yes, sir.
To make you make that judgment for yourself. Judgment is still based off a set of rules that I decide, well, if I did this crime, I ain't worthy even under my own personal judgment to go up there.
Who's gonna say that?
Boy, look here. Where we at? Run them, y'all. We gotta get on out of here.
19 and what?
11.
Ye shall not steal, neither deal falsely, neither lie one to another.
See how steal and lying go right together? Say you can't deal falsely.
Come on.
See, because dealing falsely, you steal from individuals. Man, I'm telling you, that's a dub, Nick. Wait a minute.
Scale,
Look,
brother.
right. It's a difference if you say a dub of seeds.
Your truck beam is only on one beam.
Look, yeah. It's a dub of seeds. Wait a minute here. What's going on?
Batteries and
Well, look here.
Go right.
Emo, and that's something we got. Yes, sir. Where we at? Let's get to Exodus 21:16.
Mama show looking like
It's a bird.
That got something to do. Rub it up. We got you, ball. Y'all, look, it's a feast day. We can't be up in here angry. It's a feast. We supposed to laugh and have a good time. But you're getting to understand.
Right.
It's a difference. Now, nigga, maybe we'll be serious about this word. Serious about listening to lies. And you serious, sitting there looking serious, doing your head like this, and you saying to yourself, I don't know what this nigga's talking about.
That's real serious.
Right. Amen.
Oh, yeah, you got a serious problem. Where we at, y'all? Let's get this. Exodus 21:16.
Exodus 21:16.
Yes, sir.
And he that stealeth the man and selleth him, or if he be found in his hand, he shall surely be put to death.
See, you couldn't steal men. This was about slaves. You couldn't steal another man's servant. See how stealing go for men and women? You couldn't steal a woman. This is called, sir, we got papers on this individual. That's how a lot of slaves got out of rogue slave master's hand, because the other slave master, I got papers on this individual. You better turn him loose. Y'all see all the slave movies, but y'all not putting it together with this. It's still the law of God. They just further the affliction. They just made our punishment greater than the Most High had. They took us out of our cities of refuge, run us out and call us runaways. Then they could kill us under their doctrine. But they got to pay for that. He put us in our hand. They got rules at how they supposed to do us. If we be idle, put that whip on our rear end and get us back to labor. Because if you're idle, everybody's sitting around doing nothing, you're going to plan how to break out. You got nothing, what other time you got to do? But when you work, when you come home and pull them shoes off,
You ain't going nowhere.
you ain't going nowhere. Sometimes you sleep in your work clothes. You have to be woke up. Get up, get out of your clothes.
Yep.
But a hireling and somebody just standing by, they don't know what that same drawer's been on for a week. Too lazy to change.
Oh, sound like you need to hire somebody.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
He need a Harley.
Proverbs 6:30 and 31.
The book of Proverbs, chapter 6 and verse 30. Men do not despise a thief if he steals to satisfy his soul when he is hungry.
See, so now we got to look at this form of stealing differently from somebody just stealing just to be stealing. Right. If he steals to satisfy his soul, I'm at the brink of death. I don't have nothing to eat, and you run in there and you grab a sandwich out of 7-Eleven and you holler, hey, come back with that. You can't despise. You lousy thieving, because the life is greater, you know, than the sandwich, so to speak. You can't put that much value on that. And you see this individual about to die from hunger. See, he said the poor you have with you all the time. And he always tell us, if he be hungry, do what? He tell us to do that to our enemy. If your enemy be what?
Hungry.
He do what? Feed him. You gonna heap coals on his head, because he always remember he did something right to me, for me. No matter how he can hate you in his mind, he know I was at the brink of death when he gave me that sandwich. I was at the brink of death when he gave me that. As much as I don't like that nigga, but shit, that sandwich sure was good. It was mine, and it revived me.
Verse 31.
Yeah.
But if he be found.
If he be what?
If he be found. He shall restore sevenfold. He shall give all the substance of his house.
See, he didn't get away with stealing. It just said while you in this lower state, when you get on your feet, remember what you did and take it back and give it sevenfold. See, and that's show a fair individual. Give 6 more than you stole when you get back on your feet. Because if you don't, stealing is, you're going to steal to eat every day after this. That's why I say, if the corn is on the ground, you go through a field. That's why the Most High made sure any crops that fell overside the fence, it was for people passing through, on their way through. That's right. He said, you can pick up the corn, but you can't put nothing in your pocket. When you start putting it in your pocket, you steal. Right. Just like we knew we were stealing when somebody came. I know where we can get some apples at, some free apples. Where can we get free apples? From Mr. Johnson. That mean man? Yeah, but see, we're going to go at night. See, you know in your mind then, I'm finna go steal some apples because I'm doing it under the cover of dark. You understand what I'm saying? And then next thing you know, you selling Mr. Johnson's apple that you done stole. You got a stand set up.
Selling them to Mr. Johnson.
Yeah.
He's better than your apple.
Right. Yeah, that tastes familiar. Yeah. Gee, what kind of fertilizer you use?
Don't taste like mine.
We're going to skip that Titus, but y'all, that's subverting the whole house. Y'all write that down. It's a little bit long. Titus 1, 7 through 11. Subverting whole houses, stealing men's souls. But we're going to get to this Tobit 7 and that Sirach 42, 1 through 8. Let's get this book of Tobit, and both of them in the Apocrypha. Tobit chapter 7, verse 12 through 14, 2 verses. And then we're going to hit Sirach 42, 1 through 8. We'll give the 2 repentant scriptures, and then we'll close out with Revelation. The final judgment for breaking God's laws. And they won't be the laws of men. Tobit 7, 12 through 14. Y'all, and this is what we're talking about marriage. And look, this is in captivity, because they're captive in Nineveh. Tobit kept all the laws. He kept the Feast of Pentecost in Nineveh. When you hear men say, you can't keep the laws in the land of your captivity, that ain't no scripture in here to say that. then how you gonna keep going down the line? Well, what else you can't keep in your captivity? And you're gonna keep making them up. And then finally you're gonna do what doctrines teach. You can't keep none of the law.
Right.
That's where it starts, because they're allowed to keep going and going. He know what he doing when he put us in captivity. He said, I'm gonna make sure you be able to keep your feast days. Under no circumstance, you'll opt out. It won't be me, you will opt out. And these hirelings break up things, and these people can't even go to feast days now. Ain't nowhere to go. Where you gonna go? The hireling gone. Let's get some more. Where we at? Tobit 7. Who got it?
Tobit chapter 7, verse 12. Raguel said.
That's Tobit's dad. Go ahead.
Then take her from henceforth according to the manner, for thou art her cousin.
And now you're thinking kissing cousins. Kissing cousins. Look, if we being a Judite marry a Levite, are we cousins? Yeah. Look, are their fathers or brothers?
Yeah.
And don't that make sense?
Yeah.
Their fathers or brothers, so y'all still cousins. Ain't like you kissing cousins. But if your father, you have two brothers and they have children, the offsprings are cousins. Let's get some more. 12 tribes are cousins. Let's get some more.
Then take her from henceforth according to the manner, for thou art her cousin, and she is thine. And the merciful Elohim give you good success in all things. Then he called his daughter Sarah, and she came to her father, and he took her by the hand.
Now, did the father walk Eve down the aisle?
Yes.
He walked Eve down the aisle to Adam.
Yeah.
The father did. Marriage was in the Garden of Eden. Correct marriage.
Right.
Witnesses, the father giving his daughter to her son.
Because he said he brought Eve to Adam.
He brought Eve to Adam. And the marriage ceremony happened. But it was public. It was public. Everybody got to see it. Let's read some more.
Then he called his daughter Sarah, and she came to her father. And he took her by the hand and gave her to be wife to Tobias, saying, Behold, take her after the law of Moses.
Take her after what?
The law of Moses. And lead her away to thy father. And he blessed her. And called Edna his wife, and took paper, and did write an instrument of covenants and seals.
Y'all see the father and them right paperwork. Them two's married. Paperwork right here. What does it say, Elijah? Did you get down to the last verse?
Then they began to eat.
Then they begin to eat because the feast is now. Right. Then they go into the honeymoon chamber. These camps teach you, you go to the honeymoon chamber. You go straight to the honeymoon chamber and don't worry about no witnesses.
No, it was
No paperwork.
No paperwork, nothing. A text message.
After all that, they went into the chamber.
Yeah. And not only that, but then you will see it wasn't no lust fest, because when you get into the next verse, the 8th chapter, you will see that where Tobit is saying, I don't take you for lust.
The vows, yeah.
The vows are there. Let's make our vows, our personal vows. I don't look at you with lust. I'm not after you for lust. I'm looking at you to protect you. These Negroes are on a lust fest 3,000. Women after women, which is just another form of pimping they call polygamy. Because you know what? Out of all the things they say it in Hebrew, say it in Hebrew. Say polygamy in Hebrew. Been asking you for 3 years to say polygamy in Hebrew. Polygyny, or however you want to say it in Hebrew.
No such custom.
It ain't no such custom, ain't no such word. It's a Greek word that means man who have many women.
Orgy.
That's an orgy. Oh, you got them all in the same bed. You got them all under the same roof. And when they come on that once a month, they all come on at the same time. You walk around there thinking you big muckety muck and it smells like big cat country.
You don't muckety muck. If they don't come on at the same time, your house is never clean.
Boy, look here. When are you going to sit on the toilet? When is the food or the pots and pans going to be clean? Because you got them stacked up under. When you get into the book of Jubilees, you see why Reuben went into Bilhah. Because he thought Leah, who technically married Jacob first under disguise, thought when Rachel died, he was going to put his hat in Leah's tent. but he took his hat and put it in Billhaw's tent. Still around where they could find him, but he said, this is where you find your daddy at out of all the women. Because he was tricked into marrying all them. He wanted Rachel, worked 20 years for, never wanted the other women, got tricked into them. So now he said, well, these rules, I'll set up house in Billhaw. He got mad and got his little brother's mother drunk and became the first MF in Israel. Ham was the first one getting off the ark.
Right.
He uncovered Noah's nakedness. And he said, I knew what Ham done to me. And he cursed Canaan, which is Ham's offspring, the child.
And you read that was the custom of the Canaanites.
Yes, sir.
To sleep
With your
take
father and your
woman
mother.
and sleep with other men's wives or their mothers or whatever. That's why when every time one of our patriarchs went down to Egypt, they always said, this is my sister. Right. Because it was the custom of the Canaanites to take a man's wife.
Yep.
Oh yeah.
Where you at?
Was that it? That's over?
You finished that? So Toby, let's get that Sirach 42, y'all. We're gonna get on out of here.
So that's where, the Romans, that's where they got.
Yeah, because see, no, it started with them Hamite land. That's why Leviticus 18:20, Leviticus 20:11,
Yes.
Deuteronomy 27:20, Habakkuk 2:15, all of them say the man that uncovered the man's nakedness have slept with his wife. Reuben did and lost the birthright. So you have to understand what an MF truly is, and why is that our favorite word? Because we don't know what it technically means. It's a curse.
Right.
Curse be the man that sleeps with his father's wife. Reuben had pain in his loins for 7 years. Read the testament of Reuben and he'll tell you what happened to me. I was walking like Fred Sanford for 7 years. I could never look Jacob in the face. Every time he came, I had to look down like this. And then I'm looking at my little brother and I done had my way with his mama.
Shame.
And use a bad MF. Yeah, it's bad. That's why they're called curse words. When you do this act, you come under a curse. MF is a cursed individual because he looks at his mother and wants her like he does a girlfriend. Where we at? Sirach 42, 1 through 7, y'all. We're going to close on out. We got about 2 minutes.
Sirach chapter 42, verse 1.
Yes, sir.
Of these things be not thou ashamed, and accept no persons to sin thereby. Of the law of the Most High.
Of the what?
Of the law of the Most High.
You see how that's always first, y'all?
Yes, sir.
Go ahead.
And his covenant.
And his what?
Covenant. And of judgment to justify the ungodly.
Judgment to justify the ungodly. Why you getting whooped? How you gonna run Judges 20 on us and don't tell the justification why that happened? You don't want to tell them because you want them to doubt God is a murderer. You better be careful with your words.
Right.
Don't care about because you slick talk. The Most High know what slick talk is. Let's read some more.
Verse 3.
Yeah.
Of reckoning with thy partners and travelers, or of the gift of the heritage of friends, or of exactness of balance and weights, or of getting much or little.
See, exactness of balance and weight. When I told you, Doug, that's what I want, Zed. You know what I'm saying? You understand? I don't want
you
to
better bring your own
scale.
scale.
right. Just balances, y'all.
Yes, sir.
Don't short me and then we won't have no problem. Let's read some more.
And of merchants in different selling, of much correction of children, and to make the side of an evil servant to bleed. Sure keeping is good, where an evil wife is, and shut up, where many hands are.
See, so sure keeping is good, meaning basically you got to watch where your money at. Where an evil wife is, she spend all your money. See, or where evil friends is, everybody trying to get your paper. They'll set you up. And it said an evil wife. Understand what that's saying. Sure keeping is good. keep your money hid where it's supposed to be if you happen to be dealing with an evil wife. Because when she spend your money, you know you ain't got nothing else coming.
Right.
Nothing else coming. Your money's gone. You gone. Let's get some more. What else it say?
Deliver all things in number and weight, and put all in writing, that thou givest out or receivest in.
Y'all see that? Is that hard to do all in writing? When it comes down to business, all we do what's called a handshake. See, the court will take a handshake as long as there's two witnesses watch the oral agreement and the handshake. But it got to be two witnesses. You can't go up in that screaming, well, I told him. No, Judge Judy will throw you out with that foolishness. Yeah, we just gonna run these last few. We'll get on. Ephesians, y'all write these down. Yo, these is to repent what we have to do. Ephesians 4:28. It's just one verse. Don't run that.
Ephesians what?
4:28. And this is the recovery mode. Because ain't nothing allowed. Look, when they got them to go back over to Demona, do you know what they did? They did stealing from a different angle. Tell your relatives you need to borrow money. But we going over to Israel. We ain't never coming back to America ever. So technically you're lying and stealing to your relatives to get out of here. And then you get over there and ain't got nothing to eat. You're scratching around on the ground and you got to call them back. Because you trusted this individual to tell you to lie to your parents. Where you see that program? Did Jacob trick Isaac? See, when you use that as the excuse, and don't mention that Jacob suffered 20 years for what him and his mama did, and he never saw his mama's face again.
Right.
Laban tricked him for 20 years. And don't get into that in that Jasher 71 when Balaam them tell them about Moses. He like, man, they got history. These niggas crazy. The oldest boy had sex with his with his little brother's mama, his daddy's wife. The other one did this. They run our jacket on us all the way down. They're like, you better not never trust them, Pharaoh. Don't believe that boy didn't take that crown off your head. These some hustling niggas, these Hebrews. Don't trust them. And I never trust these niggas. Y'all don't believe it? Get into that Jasher 71, 72. You'll see when Moses was 3 years old, he removed the crown from his head. And they said, that's a bad sign. You're going to take over the king of Egypt. And they said, no, he's just a baby. He don't know what to do. They said, okay, we're going to do two things. Give him an onyx stone and a hot coal. If he put the hot coal in his mouth, we know he done it in ignorance. But if he pick up that onyx stone, he ready to take the kingdom from you. So an angel had to come because Moses was reaching for the onyx and he put his hand on the hot coal and Moses put it on his lip and it burned his tongue. That's why Moses stuttered. That's what caused Moses to stutter. The Lord said, you better let it go. And then he said, well, I can't speak. He said, don't worry about it. Aaron is fluent in English. Yes, he reads like Ariel. Yes. Don't worry about that, Moses. Don't worry about it. You can't get out of this. I need you to go tell him. Aaron gonna speak for you. Don't worry about it. He speaks eloquent. And when you look that word up, they say he's smooth with the King's English. That's right. Can break down the consonant vowels and what's some of them other things they say. Now y'all know what I'm saying. Well, go ahead. Ephesians 4:28.
Ephesians chapter 4, verse 28. Let him that stole steal no more, but rather let him labor, working with his hands the thing which is good.
See, that will stop stealing when you work with your hands. You ain't got time to be plotting how to take something from somebody else when you at work. But when you ain't at work, you plot. You plot on your woman. You want to steal that EBT card. Let's get some more.
That he may have to give to him that needs.
See, that's why you have to work so you can provide to the poor when somebody's in need. If you ain't working, you're going to stay in that line. Your hand always going to be shaped like a cup. But you got to be able to put something in somebody else's cup. Sometime at least.
That's right. You ain't never got nothing on nothing?
Nothing on nothing. It's like, look, then Snoop said, got gin and juice, everybody pitched in, but I mean, you know what it say, everybody got drugs. Right. And y'all look, this in the video, so it ain't like we don't see this law, it's in the video. You like videos, you see it. That's gonna be a problem when everybody got cups, but ain't nobody fish deep.
Once that bottle empty.
This is why we say too,
Yes, sir.
we got feast days and we don't turn nobody away, but we got feast days coming up, we got dedication. We got people that's coming back into this fold. You got time to come to class so we see you. Don't just show up at our feast days.
Everybody got.
Because you're ready to bud. We need to hear what's in your heart, what you done turned loose, what you agree with. If you drink it from this cup,
That's
you
right.
can't just drink from that cup on that day. Shit, you done mixed something in your cup. How you got E and J in this Hennessy doctrine? You know, I'm not talking about high end, XO. You come with Irk and Jerk?
Esau and Jacob.
Or R&R, what they call? Rough and ready.
Night train.
Night train.
Thunderbird.
Thunderbird, yeah, all that.
MD
Cheap
2020.
liquor. So y'all, and this ain't no thing that what we saying we born in by what we saying, but look, come and feast with us on weekly.
That's right.
This still a feast, ain't it?
Yes, sir.
Everybody full. Get email and sisters get everything ready. Everybody stomach comfort.
Yes,
Is your spirit full?
Yes.
sir.
So why won't you come to this feast day?
That's right. Don't be like,
Cause y'all won't let me entertain.
Boy, look here.
don't do us. You know, because of your shame and your embarrassment.
Yeah.
If you were more concerned about your shame and your embarrassment or what somebody else gonna say about you, then this ain't for you.
So
You need to stay where you at. Don't come to our feast days. Don't come to break bread, try to dip in at the end of the feast day and then dip out where nobody saw you.
Right.
If you gotta be sneaky about what you're doing, stay away.
Yeah.
Ain't no hard feelings, just stay where you at.
Because you don't have to steal free. It's free. We ain't busting your head about nothing. We just say come to class and feast with us weekly.
That's all. What's hard about that?
What's hard about that? Because we still on record of never putting anybody out. People leave when they don't disagree, or when they disagree with what we talking. But it ain't like we tell the crowd, yes, and brother is back from his disagreement. We changed our mind, and it's a good brother. He run off. Y'all, it's us. No, they stroll right back in and sit down. Y'all understand? So you can't do that if you were put out. Right. You understand what I'm saying?
Yes, sir.
You just come back in because we're like, look, if this program ain't for you, there to go. D-E, y'all know the rest. D-A, D-O, there to go. You can walk out like you walked in.
Right.
But don't play us.
And you might not have to walk out.
Right.
Well, look here.
You can
Well,
take
yeah.
the steps over.
Y'all write down that Luke 23 to 38, Luke 23, 38 to 43. That's the Father talking about the thief on the cross at the last minute, saying, "Hey, have mercy on me. A living dog is better than a dead lion." Y'all, while you got breath in your body, repent. But if somebody telling you not to believe the law, you have no repentance. You're dying in your sin. What you got to do about it?
Floyd Hill Jr. in the chat, he asked,
Floyd Hill.
does it count if we're not there in person but online?
No, because you're not forsaking the assembly. We're not talking about our regular. What we're talking about is people that may have got hung up in seduction and they're coming back. We're just saying just don't do it on the feast days. Come into class. At least he's in class right now because he's at class. He's feasting with us now.
Right.
So Ark, you good. That's what we're talking about. If you even in class, raise your hand online if you ain't here. I'm in here.
Right.
If y'all wondering, I'm in here. Like Jake talked about the sneak listening section. If you sneak listening, just say I'm sneaking.
Right.
Just say shalom and another name.
Use your name.
Right, that's right. We know what he is.
You understand what I'm saying?
Yes, sir.
But still at least acknowledge. Then if you ask, well, who are you, sneak listener?
Right.
So that's all we saying, y'all. We ain't running no program that we bar people away, but things have to be prepared. We can't be prepared for 120 people and then 220 show up out the blue.
Somebody ain't eating.
Somebody ain't gonna eat. Now, why you still standing in line when you see the line back there to the wall and everybody looking back and say, ain't nothing left? Why does the line still stand there? Well, what you think, a miracle finna happen and we're gonna get an abundance of something else? But look, everybody else who was in the line first ain't been there picking their teeth already. Lord have mercy, this is what I've been missing. Lord.
Yeah, you need to be missing it some
Boy,
more.
look here. Yo, last one, Revelation 20. We ain't gonna read it all. We're just gonna get right to the point of Judgment Day. And we're gonna close out. Y'all read that in Luke, because Messiah has mercy to your last breath, y'all. And you talking about whose ways are righteous. Who would give you a chance like that to your last breath
That was
to
over.
turn around? He gave the world 120 years to stop that evil before he put them down. And you're saying his ways is unjust.
Oh, okay. I thought that was homework. Thank you.
Yeah, you gonna read.
Yeah, just get right to the points.
Now that Luke you said.
Luke, we're going to read. Luke 23, 38, 43. That's homework. That's just adding to the deal. But I want to get right down to Revelation 20 and 12. Y'all read everything down to verse 12 because it's telling you how we got to Judgment Day. This is about Judgment Day for right or wrong. And you have no decision in it yourself. You ain't going to be a judgment day. He said there's going to be gnashing of teeth. I don't want to go to the lower heaven. I want to go to the higher heaven. I'm in my own judgment. You think that's what the gnashing of teeth going to be? No. Boy, look at it.
It's that unbreakable cry that your mama when
Yeah.
tear your butt apart.
Yeah. They come back an hour later.
And you, that's that sleep that
Yeah. An hour later.
That's that cry that just took you to sleep.
Boy, look here. 2 hours later. I'm going to run away. Watch. Come on, y'all. Let's close out. Let's get to Revelation 20 and 12.
It's time,
You got it.
Get it down now, get to prayer.
And I saw the dead.
Who we see?
The dead, small and great, stand before Yahweh. And the books were open, and another book was open, which is the book of life. And the dead were judged out of those things which were written in the books, according to their works.
According to what?
Their works. And the sea gave up the dead which were in it, and death and hell delivered up the dead which were in them. And there were judged every man according to their works. And death and hell were cast into the lake of fire. This is the second death. And whosoever was not found written in the book of life was cast into the lake of fire.
If you got a pen that you can write yourself into the book of life, then nobody would have to worry about Judgment Day, would you? Lord, you didn't see that? I put my name in there yesterday. You gonna find liberty.
You got disappearing ink.
Boy, look, it's all disappearing.
Right. Fast as you wrote it.
Y'all, we hope that got some good understanding on understanding law, statutes, and judgment, and you go through the rules and you see it every day because he put us in a kingdom that has his laws. And now you clearly understand Romans 13 when he say, I gave these nations my laws. It's only to punish the evil. If you in trouble and you saying don't do God's law, it's because you got in trouble with this nation. And they punish your rear end and you blame God for it. But you turned your back on God and you had that apron on. You ain't fooling the Most High. So they ain't at us. They at our Father. And he said, y'all ain't got to worry about him. I don't need y'all to fight my battles. I'll fight them myself. Y'all just lay low. Just keep spreading the gospel. I'll deal with these rogue Negroes that want y'all to get rid of my law and follow some other apron. I want you to put that apron on. What you got, bro? We'll close on that.
I'd like to encourage the people to finish reading Ephesians chapter 4, verse 28 through verse 32.
Yeah, all the way on down. Y'all read that when y'all get a chance, y'all. But we hope that guy could understand what he's saying out there too about it.
Oh, they've been saying there from the last 10, 15 minutes. Excellent class.
Y'all was at a good feast.
Yes,
See how
sir.
you having fun while you learn, you're eating and having a good time. That's what
Yes,
a
sir.
feast about. If interruption come at a feast and somebody, Uncle Junior pee at the table or something, the feast over, ain't it? Everybody, man, how you gonna eat out there? Everybody, let's go. Sing. Right. And that's what they want at their feast days. Confusion and stuff. They want to bring that to us.
What's up, man?
All right, family. We're going to get this closing prayer. and it is with the Most High's permission, and is in the name of his only begotten and beloved Son, our Lord and Savior and our Redeemer, Yahushua HaMashiach. But we know him as Jesus the Christ, family. Long live the King.
Long live the King.
Reading in the book of Psalms, in the 39th chapter, it reads, I said, I will take heed to my ways, that I sin not with my tongue. I will keep my mouth with a bridle, while the wicked is before me. I was dumb with silence. I held my peace, even from good, and my sorrow was stirred. My heart was hot within me. While I was musing, the fire burned. Then spake I with my tongue, Yahweh, make me to know mine end.
Yes, sir.
And the measure of my days. Yes. What it is, that I may know how frail I am.
Yes, sir.
Behold, thou hast made my days as an handbreadth, and mine age is as nothing before thee.
Yes, sir.
Verily, every man at his best state is altogether vanity. Selah.
Selah.
Surely every man walketh in a vain show. Surely they are disquieted in vain. He heapeth up riches, and knoweth not who shall gather them. And now, Master, what wait I for? My hope is in thee.
Yes, sir.
Deliver me from all my transgressions.
Yes,
Make me not the reproach of the foolish.
yes.
I was dumb. I opened not my mouth, because thou didst it. Remove thy stroke away from me. I am consumed by the blow of thine hand. When thou with rebukes dost correct man for iniquity, thou makest his beauty to consume away like a moth.
Yes, sir.
Surely every man is vanity. Selah.
Selah.
Hear my prayer, O Yahweh, and give ear unto my cry. Hold not thy peace at my tears, for I am a stranger with thee, and a sojourner, as all my fathers were. O spare me, that I may recover strength before I go hence and be no more.
Hallelujah!
Yes, sir. Y'all got a shovel or two. We greatly appreciate it. One love, y'all. Feast of dedication coming up December the 7th to December the 15th. Feast of dedication, y'all.